Chapter 131. Successfully killed giant, walrus obtained Itianyun, and the black dragon continued to kill the demon beasts. If Snow Wolf was here, its killing speed would undoubtedly be even more amazing. But Itianyun left Snow Wolf in the heavens, immersing ancient ruins to protect it, so he didn't bring it out. But their speed was not slow. They were like the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting the lives of the surrounding demon beasts. Every time he killed a demon beast, he would immediately use the storage ring to store the demon beasts' bodies. These bodies must be recycled and sold to the Star Pavilion. Under their crazy killing, Itianyun's level finally increased again. Ding! Congratulations to player Itianyun for successfully breaking through to the first level of Spirit Core stage. At the moment of breakthrough, Itianyun felt that his strength suddenly soared a lot. If his previous combat power was only 390,000, now his combat power instantly exploded to 500,000, a full 500,000 battle power, 110,000 battle power higher than before. Of course, this was not just the improvement of his cultivation, but also the upgrade of his Dragon God bloodline. Under the third grade Dragon God bloodline, the dragon scales on his body became harder and more terrifying. With the superposition of quadruple damage, naturally his combat power naturally reached 500,000, which is terrifying. Voila! Itianyun once again swung his axe, instantly harvesting a lot of demon beasts. It was much easier to kill them than before. It was like a piece of paper. This is the cultivation of Spirit Core stage. It's really too strong. Sure enough, the improvement of cultivation is the most fundamental key to improving strength. Itianyun always knew that only after the basic data has been improved, under the 4x mode, will he be stronger. Of course, even without the crazy mode, breaking through to the Spirit Core stage will still be amazing. The watershed between the two is not that simple. After his cultivation erupted, his momentum became even stronger, but the surrounding demon beasts continued to rush towards him like crazy, not afraid of Itianyun at all. Strange, these demonic beasts won't be scared off at all. Could it be that they have lost their minds? After killing for a long time, Itianyun could clearly feel that something was wrong with these beasts. Their eyes were lifeless, as though they were being controlled by something. It looked like they were possessed. Normally, they would stay in their own territories on Devil Cloud Island. Anyone who intruded into their territory would be attacked. Now that they were all gathered together, it was already strange, but now it was even stranger. Usually, when he exploded with such power, although the demon beast's intelligence was not high, it at least knew what fear was and whether it could judge the strength of the enemy. It was obvious that they were much stronger than them, but they still didn't choose to retreat. Instead, they became more and more ferocious. Whatever, the more the merrier. I won't reject anyone. Itianyun couldn't be bothered to care about the problem. Right now, all he needed to do was to kill and earn experience. He didn't need to care about anything else. Then he continued to kill, but the demon beasts here seemed to be endless. They kept climbing up from the sea and besieged him. After an hour of killing, the 10 times EXP card and Crazy Point card were used up. He continued to buy them in the shop and continued to kill. His EXP kept increasing. Heilong's level had already reached level 7 of core condensation, but Itianyun had not even leveled up once. He had to admit that the amount of experience needed in the later stage was too much. Even if he had more than 10 times EXP, he still needed to kill a lot of demon beasts. Ding! Congratulations to player Itianyun for successfully breaking through to second level Spirit Core stage. Finally, after killing for almost 2 hours, Itianyun was promoted to second level Spirit Core stage. It was really a difficult process, but compared to others, it was already a lot faster. In just 2 hours, he was able to break through to the next level. Who else could do this? He didn't know how long he had been killing, but the demon beasts around him were getting less and less. It seems that the number of demon beasts is not endless. It will eventually decrease. But when he was about to finish killing, a beautiful sound came again. Ding! Congratulations to player Etianyan for successfully breaking through to 3rd level Spirit Core stage. Etianyan didn't expect that at this time. He would still level up. But now the demon beasts were almost all gone. Only a small part was left. At most there were 5 or 6 demon beasts left. Soon, the whole Devil Cloud Island became empty. There was not a single monster beast left, except for this black dragon, which was almost twice the size of the previous one. The rest of the monster beasts had been cleaned up. The ground was full of blood, and the thick smell of blood enveloped the whole island. Boom! As if feeling the blood on the ground, thunder began to rumble in the sky, but it didn't come down. Instead, it began to pour. With a whoosh, the rain continued to fall, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Soon, the bloodstains were all washed away. A lot of blood flowed into the sea, but soon it was completely diluted by the seawater. Sigh, Etianyan let the rain fall on his body. He felt refreshed. After killing for so long, his arms were numb, and he consumed a lot of spiritual power. But this is not a problem compared to the experience gained. It's all worth it. It's just that compared to his expectation, it's still too slow. He just broke through to 3rd level Spirit Core stage. It's still too slow. Is there no demon beast left to kill? Etianyan turned his head and looked to the side. There were no demon beasts around, as if everything has returned to peace. Immediately, he opened the property bar to check the current situation. Player, Etianyan level, 33, 3rd level Spirit Core stage, EXP, Crazy Point, 878538 Prestige, 430 Sin Point, 231 Cultivation Technique, Dark North Divine Art, Dragon God Secret Art, Xian Tian Divine Art Martial Arts, Absorbing Stars Great Technique, Blood Fiend Soaring Heaven Weapon, Frost Fist Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Endless Sword, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe Armor, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Ornaments, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet All Items, 10 Recovery Medicinal Pill, Gift Pack LV31, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill, Blast Divine Pill, Walrus Skin X8, Octopus Tentacles X6, Manatee Horn X8 Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian, Savior Flame, Immortal Fire. There are a lot of materials in the inventory, but there are no weapons. These demon beasts only dropped some materials. There are no precious things, even if the level is not low, but the things they dropped are relatively ordinary. Chapter 132. Seeing such a shocking amount of EXP, this is expected. The higher the level, the EXP will naturally increase, but there is no corresponding opponent. So leveling up is extremely difficult. Wait, what the hell is sin value? Etianyan found that his property bar has a sin value. It has never appeared before. He just saw it. When he checked the sin value, he was stunned on the spot. Sin value. Novice protection ended. Successfully opened the sin value system. As long as you kill any life, you will increase the sin value. The higher the sin value, the easier it is to attract the hostility of evil people. The more evil the enemy is, the higher the sin value. Sin value can be exchanged for Crazy Point, Proficiency, EXP, and items in the Sin Mall. What? Novice protection ended. Etianyan was stunned. This means that he just left the novice protection. Spirit Core Realm is just a novice protection. Isn't this system definition a bit too high? Spirit Core Realm is relatively high here. He didn't expect it to be just a novice protection. Compared to this, he is more concerned about the sin value. He didn't expect there to be such a thing. To put it nicely, it is sin value. To put it bluntly, it is to attract hatred. As this thing gets higher and higher, if he meets an arrogant person, he will be the first one to be targeted, and they will be extremely displeasing to the eye. Fortunately, it is only the hostility of evil people. If even normal people are hostile to him, then he will be finished. And this Sin Mall, what is it? Tianyan opened the mall, but he didn't see the Sin Mall, so he was a little confused. Forget it, don't think too much. I can already open the level 31 gift pack. Tianyan is very excited about this. Every time he leveled up the gift pack, he hopes it will not let him down this time. Open level 31 gift pack. He clicked on the level 31 gift pack, and immediately everything appeared in front of him. Opened level 31 gift pack. Successfully opened the Sin Mall. Obtained 20 times EXP card, 1 hour. 3 times Crazy Point card, 1 hour. 4 times Proficiency card, 1 hour. Level 41 upgrade gift pack. There are only 3 things, but there are 20 times EXP card, 3 times Crazy Point card, and 4 times Proficiency card, all of which are treasures that increase benefits. But he is very satisfied. In particular, he was very satisfied with the 20 times experience card. In particular, the experience card could be stacked. This meant that he had bought a 10 times experience card and a 5 times experience card, which would add up to 45 times experience points. Wouldn't the experience be flying? The same is true for the rest of the Crazy Point cards. They can be stacked. This is not a loophole. It can only be said that it is crazy enough. It's really good stuff, but what's the Sin Mall? What's the difference between it and an ordinary mall? Following Tianyan opened up the Sin Mall. When he saw the items on it, he was stunned. It was a whole new world. The difference between the Sin Market and the normal market was too big. There was only one category, set equipment. The Sin Market only sold set equipment. Moreover, the price of the set equipment was extremely high. Currently, there were only 2 set equipment on display, both of which were suitable for his current level. Evil Dragon set equipment. Level requirement. Level 30. After equipping, the wearer can transform into a gigantic evil dragon that is 100 meters long at any time. All strength is increased by 10 times, defense is increased by 20 times, and has the ability to fly and devour. Price is 10,000 Sin points. Swordsman set equipment. Level requirement. Level 30. After equipping, the wearer can learn to control the sword formation at any time. All the long swords within a radius of 10 miles are under the control of the wearer. Up to 10,000 long swords can be controlled by the wearer. Price is 10,000 Sin points. Amazing! Tianyan was shocked after seeing it. This can be said to be a god set equipment. Although it only provides 2 kinds, the price is too fierce. 10,000 Sin points. How can he earn this amount? This is the amount of Sin points that can only be obtained by killing 10,000 lives. Just now, he killed so many people that his hands became soft, but he only got more than 200 Sin points. If he killed 10,000 people, he doesn't know how many he would have to kill. As for killing ordinary people or other cultivators, it is obviously impossible because there is a note below. Only by killing evil people can he get Sin points, or killing people who are hostile to him can he get Sin points. If he kills ordinary people indiscriminately, then the result is that his Sin points will be deducted, and even his level will drop. Moreover, there is no need for enemies to kill him. Some strong people will come to kill him. There is no need for Sin points at all. Attracting hatred is not something that the system can bring to him. If he kills people indiscriminately, there will definitely be strong people coming to kill him. After all, killing ordinary people indiscriminately has already made him a devil. Some strong people will definitely come to kill him. Of course, Even if killing ordinary people can increase his sin points, he will still not do it. Such a cruel thing. He would rather not have any sin points than to do such a thing. He has his own bottom line. He will never hurt people who have nothing to do with him. Only 2 sets of God's set equipment, but 10,000 sin points. How can I earn it? Tianyun frowned. And immediately when he sensed that there are people in the sky far away, he quickly kept the black dragon in the pet bar, not taking up any space. Immediately after, he looked up and saw 2 giant eagles flying over. Looking at the familiar feather carriage, Tianyun squinted his eyes. Feather carriage, I don't know who is coming. That old man refused to say what forces are coming. Those who can ride the feather carriage are not ordinary people. Of course, they are not limited to Qing Xian Mansion. Other sects also have feather carriages. It is a relatively common tool for big sects to go out. Soon, the 2 feather carriages landed. And first, a luxurious young master, wearing luxurious clothes, came out of the carriage holding an umbrella. Obviously, by circulating his spiritual power, he could easily block the surrounding raindrops, but he still came out holding an umbrella. He looked very handsome and elegant, with a faint smile on his face. He looked very amiable. However, when Tianyun saw him, his face immediately sank because the clothes he was wearing just happened to have the 2 words Qing Xian embroidered on it. There is no doubt that he is from Qing Xian Mansion. Enemies really don't meet each other. Immediately he met a person from Qing Xian Mansion. Tianyun's eyes narrowed. The other person's information immediately appeared in front of him. Qing Luyun, 8th level core condensation stage, wearing a low-grade soul tool, soft golden armor, holding a low-grade soul tool, heaven-level umbrella, martial arts, transforming heaven palm, netherworld step, etc. Combat power, 43,000. Chapter 133. Xiaoshi, please slow down. He walked towards the carriage next to him and opened the umbrella, but the carriage ignored him and walked out directly. The person who walked out was a beautiful young woman with a cold expression. She didn't stand with Qing Luyun, but stood on the side and circulated her spirit energy to block the raindrops. She didn't act pretentious at all. No need, I can do it myself. Yu Shiqian said indifferently and stood a bit further away from Qing Luyun. Following them was another woman. Her appearance was slightly inferior to this absolute beauty. Looking at Qing Luyun, she revealed an expression of disgust. Qing Luyun, why did you come with us? We sisters are out to train. Why are you blindly joining us? I'm just worried about you too. I heard that there are a lot of demon beasts here. What if Xiaoshi and Xiaoyu got hurt? Qing Luyun said with a gentle smile. There are demon beasts here. Open your eyes wide and see if there are any demon beasts here. Huh, someone came here earlier than us. Xiaoyu was surprised when she saw Tianyun. This place is listed as one of the 5 most dangerous places. She didn't expect that there would be someone who came here earlier than her. Qing Luyun looked towards Tianyun's direction. He saw Tianyun before, but he was too lazy to pay attention to him because, in his opinion, Tianyun wasn't worth his time. Hey, you over there, when did you come here? Qing Luyun shouted at Tianyun. Tianyun didn't pay attention to him at all. He didn't even bother to look at him. Big brother Qing Luyun asked you a question. Why don't you answer? Are you mute? At this time, another person came down from the carriage. He was also wearing the clothes of Qing Xian Mansion. His cultivation level was also not bad. Both of them were at 7th level core condensation. Looking at their age, they are definitely the geniuses of the younger generation of Qing Xian Mansion. It must be said that the Qing Xian Mansion's capital was too great. Otherwise, it would not be able to stand firm in the heavenly boundary continent. Tianyun stared at him coldly. It seemed like he wasn't the one who was attracting hatred, But the other, this kind of contemptuous gaze, showed that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Mister, it seems like you came here earlier than us. Did you see any beasts on your way here? Yu Shiqian walked over and asked in a friendly manner. She didn't look angry at all. There were demonic beasts, but I killed them all, Tianyan said. Haha, you killed him? Xiao Jianren laughed. If you killed him, where is his corpse? There's nothing here, and you're telling me you were killed? Who are you trying to fool? Speaking of which, the words of the old man from the Star Pavilion are not very reliable. He said that there would be a lot of demonic beasts here, but now there is not a single one. He didn't believe Tianyan's words. Tianyan couldn't be bothered to explain. In any case, he had already said it. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, Tianyan turned around and left. He didn't want to stay here any longer. He wanted to go to the center of the Devil Cloud Island to see if there was anything here. Since those demonic beasts were behaving strangely, there must be something here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gathered here. As for the two people from the Qingxian mansion, Tianyan wasn't in a hurry to kill them. He didn't know which sect was next to them. If the news of him killing a disciple from the Qingxian mansion were to spread, it wouldn't be a good thing. Xiao Jianren saw that Tianyan was ignoring him. Just when he was about to stop him, Qing Luyan stopped him and said indifferently, Don't be impulsive, Xiao Shi and the others are here. It won't look good if you stain this place with blood. Fine, I'll spare his life. Xiao Jianren snorted coldly, but he still felt very unhappy. Xiao Shi, let's go around and see if there are other demonic beasts here. I heard that there are some strange phenomena here. Maybe there are some rare treasures here, Qing Luyun said with a gentle smile. Young Master Qing, please don't call me that intimately, Yu Shiqian said indifferently. After saying that, Yu Shiqian left first. Zhao Yu quickly followed behind her. Qing Luyun's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it in his heart. He and Xiao Jianren looked at each other and quickly followed behind Yu Shiqian. Tianyan was the first one to leave. After walking around in a circle, he didn't see anything. Instead, he saw the four people gathered in front of a stone tablet. Tianyan saw a stone tablet that looks like a hill. It's 10 feet high, and there are a lot of words engraved on it. Even if you are on the hill, you can see it clearly. You don't need to go closer to see it. Originally, the stone tablet was quite high, so he could see it very clearly. However, he still went down the hill and looked at it from a close distance. When he walked down, the four people looked at him. It's you? When Xiao Jianren saw Tianyan, his eyes flashed with anger. If Qing Luyan didn't stop him, he would have already grabbed Tianyan and beat him up. What's the matter? Tianyan looked at him indifferently. I asked you a question just now, but you didn't answer. Xiao Jianren said angrily. I have already answered all the questions. Whether you believe me or not is none of my business. Tianyan didn't have a good impression of Qingxian Mansion, plus their attitude was very bad. He was even more dissatisfied. If it weren't for the fact that someone was here, he would have already slapped them to death. Oh, so arrogant. Xiao Jianren was about to step forward, but was pulled back by Qing Luyan. Don't worry about him. Let's observe the stone tablet first. Qing Luyan said to Xiao Jianren. Xiao Jianren suppressed his anger and turned around, no longer paying attention to Tianyan. Tianyan was also too lazy to pay attention to him. His eyes were fixed on the stone tablet. He wanted to see what was written on it. Oh, you also want to see the stone tablet? Xiao Jianren's mouth can't stop talking, and seeing Tianyan staring at the stone tablet, he is very unhappy. Is there a problem? Tianyan looked at him indifferently. There is no problem. It's just that some things are dependent on talent. Xiao Jianren said in a sarcastic tone. In that case, what did you comprehend from the stone tablet? Yi Tianyan said indifferently. I didn't comprehend anything, but my big brother did. Xiao Jianren looked at Qing Luyun and signaled with his eyes. The two of them looked at Xiao Jianren, and their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. They couldn't understand the stone tablet, let alone comprehend it. If Qing Luyun was able to comprehend it, then he would be a big genius. Although the content of the stone tablet is a bit obscure, I still managed to comprehend a little bit. For me, it's not a small benefit. Qing Luyun said stubbornly. With so many people watching, he naturally wouldn't say that he didn't comprehend anything. His expression was leisurely and contented. He was holding a fan in his hand, gently fanning himself. His eyes revealed a complacent smile. Now that the rain has stopped, the umbrella in his hand was replaced by a fan, making him look even more pretentious. Chapter 134. Yi Tianyan gave him a meaningful look. No wonder you are from Qingxian Mansion. Pretending to know something you don't know is just to show off in front of the two girls. If it was any other force, he wouldn't care about it, but Profound Azure Mansion was different, and they were so arrogant. Is that so? Can you tell us what is written on it? Yi Tianyan knocked on the stone tablet. There is not much engraved on it. It's just a row of words, but they can't understand it. It's like a crooked snake. How can they understand it? Are you an idiot? How can you tell us what you have comprehended? Can't you understand it? Qing Luyun said disdainfully. If you have the ability to comprehend it yourself, then tell us. Yu Shiqian and Zhao Yu frowned. They felt that Yi Tianyan was being rude. There were some things that could only be understood and not conveyed in words, but it wasn't that there were none. Even if he knew it, why would he say it? Yi Tianyan looked at Qing Luyun as if he was looking at an idiot. He knocked on the tombstone and smiled. I'm sorry. I know what is written on it. Not only do I know it, I can also tell you. Yu Shiqian and Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. They didn't know whether Yi Tianyan was telling the truth or not. Qing Luyun thought that Yi Tianyan was just bluffing, so he sneered and said, Well, if you have the guts, then tell me what you want to tell me. Of course, it's not a problem. The words engraved on it are not the language we use. I believe everyone can see that. In fact, this tombstone is written in an ancient language. It's the language of the spirit race, so it's normal that you can't understand it. Let me tell you, the words engraved on it are very simple. It says Huan Qin's tomb. The name engraved on the bottom is Lei Yun. Yi Tianyan looked at Qing Luyun with a surprised expression. He shook his head and said, I say, friend, you were able to comprehend something just by looking at a tombstone, and you even benefited a lot from it. You are really talented. In any case, I can't see anything. Just consider me stupid. After all, it's just a tombstone. How can I see a heaven-tier martial art? He didn't make this up. He had seen this kind of text in Jade Palace. He felt that it was obscure and difficult to understand. So he specially studied it, so he didn't dare to say that he understood it, but at least most of it is not a problem. You're talking nonsense. Qing Luyun's face turned red. Even if he died, he wouldn't accept Yi Tianyun's explanation. If he followed Yi Tianyun's explanation, then he really would be an idiot. If he could comprehend something just by looking at a tombstone, then that would be really strange. I'm talking nonsense? Yi Tianyan smiled faintly and said, If I'm spouting nonsense, you can slap me all you want. I won't fight back. Even if you think about it, if it's really precious, it would have been taken away a long time ago. Although this is a dangerous place, it doesn't mean that no one came here. Although the spirit race's language is strange, there are still some people who understand it. If you don't believe me, you can ask, do you really think you can see something from this tombstone? If you really can see it, Then you are absolute geniuses. You can see something just by looking at a tombstone. You are really a genius. Tianyan clapped his hands and said sarcastically. After his explanation, Yu Shiqian and Zhao Yu really felt that it was very credible. So Qing Luyan is really pretending? Good, very good. Qing Luyan said angrily. You are just playing tricks. Do you think anyone will believe you? I don't know if anyone will believe me or not. You guys take your time to comprehend it. I'll leave first. Tianyan smiled faintly and said, Comprehend a tombstone. Does it mean that you want to enter the coffin faster? After saying that, he couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to him. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Qing Liuyun's face turned cold as he looked at Tianyun's back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Qing Luyun didn't say anything. He turned to Yu Shiqian and said, Xiao Shi, don't listen to his nonsense. This tombstone is not a tombstone. He wanted to say something else, but he didn't know what to say. It doesn't matter anymore. I will call someone from the spirit race to take a look at it later. Yu Shiqian said to Zhao Yu, Sister Zhao, let's go to other places. Strange, there are no demonic beasts here. Didn't they say that there are a lot of demonic beasts here? They didn't pay attention to Qing Luyun and Xiao Jianren. They just turned around and left. Qing Luyun looked at their departing figures and viciously crushed the fan in his hand before tossing it to the side with a cold glint in his eyes. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Jianren's eyes were filled with anger. His anger towards Tianyan had reached its peak. Some people don't want to live long. They don't want to offend me. They will die. Qing Luyun said angrily, Go surround him. Let him know the consequences of provoking us. Tombstone. It seems like there is a graveyard in this area. I wonder where it is. Tianyan said as he looked around the forest to see if there was anything special. But after a few steps, he stopped, looked at the front, and said indifferently, There is no need to hide in the front. Come out. It seems like you have some skill. Xiao Jianren said. Xiao Jianren walked out from the back and blocked Tianyun's way. Both of them were furious. It seemed like their eyes were about to explode. What's the matter? Tianyun looked at them. Of course there is. It is to let you know the consequences of provoking us. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Jianren stepped on the ground with a short sword in his hand and attacked Tianyan. His legs instantly burst out a powerful force, causing the ground to slightly sink. Heavenly Tiger Stomp. Xiao Jianren turned into a huge heavenly tiger, grew a pair of wings, and pounced towards Tianyan. His footsteps were light and heavy, leaving footprints of different depths on the ground. He sprinted like a ferocious tiger. His attacks were even more ferocious. Roar! Spiritual power burst out. A heavenly tiger appeared behind him and pounced towards Tianyan. The short sword in his hand flickered with a cold light. His only goal was to take his life. Tianyan didn't immediately counterattack. He just stood in the same place, not even in a defensive state. All of his attacks were instantaneous, making it difficult for the enemy to predict his moves. Go to hell for me. Xiao Jianren's face was ferocious, the short sword in his hand fiercely stabbed down. At this moment, Tianyan was even faster. He grabbed Xiao Jianren's arm and heavily smashed him to the ground with lightning speed. Come down for me. Another shoulder throw. The violent force of the fall, even a heavenly tiger, can be suppressed by the violent force. Bang! Chapter 135. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Jianren was easily thrown to the ground by Tianyan, creating a crater on the ground. Their cultivation is not low, but Tianyan is more domineering. Crack! At the same time, Tianyan twisted his arm fiercely and broke Xiao Jianren's arm. Xiao Jianren screamed in pain. Xiao Jianren was about to faint, but under the severe pain, Xiao Jianren couldn't stay conscious anymore. My arm! Ah, Xiao Jianren screamed, and tried to break free from Yi Tianyun's grip, but Yi Tianyun kicked the short sword that fell to the ground and grabbed it, like a galaxy falling down from the sky. Yi Tianyun grabbed the short sword and stabbed it into Xiao Jianren's chest. And finally, the short sword completely sank into the hilt. Clean and neat, no sloppiness, easily killed a person. Xiao Jianren's eyes widened. He could still move a little, but then he stopped breathing. Ding successfully killed Xiao Jianren, gained 68,000 EXP, 1,700 crazy point, transforming Heaven Palm, Netherworld Step, recovery pill. Obtained martial arts transforming Heaven Palm, Netherworld Step, 1 recovery pill. What they dropped were still these martial arts. Although they were Earth class, they had always been repetitive. Originally, they only knew these, so of course these were the only things that dropped, unless there are some special cases. Otherwise, the martial arts that dropped are the ones that they cultivated. But Earth-level martial arts is very good. It's either sell it or use it to fuse. It's not bad. Others are very eager to get their hands on Earth-level martial arts. But Yi Tianyun has too many Earth-level martial arts, so he feels that they are too low-level. Originally, these Earth-level martial arts are not bad, the price is not bad. So he feels that it is a bit low-level. It would be good if it is a bit higher. It's your turn. Yi Tianyun quickly turned around and looked at Qing Luyun, who was about to attack him. Qing Luyun took a few steps back. The long sword in his hand trembled. This terrifying burst of power made Qing Luyun know that he kicked an iron plate. You killed my junior brother. Do you know who we are? Qing Luyun couldn't even speak properly. His eyes were filled with fear. He was no fool, and he could tell with a single glance that there was something wrong with Lin Fan's skillful killing technique. He had thought that Yi Tianyun was just a kid who was passing by. Even if his cultivation was not low, he did not expect him to be this powerful. Oh, you're starting to threaten me with your identity? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. It's meaningless to move to the Qing Xian mansion. I even dared to kill your elder Wei. And Inspector Ge, do you think I won't dare to touch you? What? Elder Wei and Inspector Ge are dead. Qing Liuyun's eyes widened in disbelief. They all knew about Elder Wei's cultivation. He was a spirit core cultivator, but he was still killed by Yi Tianyun. What was Yi Tianyun's real cultivation level? Judging from Qing Liuyun's shocked expression, it was obvious that the news didn't reach him, and he was very satisfied with it. Yes, they wanted to control Jade Palace, so I killed them. Your mansion lord wants our palace lord to be his concubine. TSK. It's really shameless. Do you really think that Qing Xian mansion is invincible? Yi Tianyun sneered. I didn't have any intention to kill you, but since you made the first move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jade Palace. You are from Jade Palace? This means that when you said that all the demonic beasts were killed by you, it wasn't a lie? Qing Luyun looked at him incredulously. He really can't imagine how Jade Palace can have such a strong cultivator. Yes, I told you the truth from the beginning, but you didn't believe me. Now, so you can die in peace. Boom. Yi Tianyun didn't talk nonsense with Qing Luyun anymore. He just sprinted towards Qing Luyun. He didn't use any technique. He just used his sturdy body to collide with Qing Luyun. His speed was too fast for Qing Luyun to react. He could only desperately brandish the long sword in his hand and thrust it toward Yi Tianyun, bursting out his strongest power, making a final struggle. Yi Tianyun didn't even look at Qing Luyun. He continued to rush forward, pushed the long sword aside, and at the same time hit Qing Luyun with his sturdy shoulder. At the moment of contact, Qing Liuyun's spiritual power immediately detonated. Bang! Qing Luyun was knocked out and stuck on the thick trunk. Qing Luyun let out a muffled groan as he slid down the thick tree trunk. His body had already caved in. How could they possibly withstand such a violent impact? I don't want to die. Qing Liuyun's expression is full of horror. He really doesn't want to die. As a young generation, he is really afraid of death. You don't want to die? I don't want to kill people at will, but it's a pity that you provoked me, and even wanted to kill me. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold. He immediately kicked the long sword that fell on the ground, and immediately turned into a cold light that penetrated Qing Liuyun's heart. You! Qing Liuyun's eyes widened. He shouted with some inarticulate words. Old ancestor will avenge us. Ding successfully killed Qing Liuyun, gained 72,000 EXP, 1,800 crazy points. Obtained martial art transforming heaven palm, netherworld step, flowing cloud longsword, low-grade soul tool. Avenge? Yi Tianyun sneered. There is no need to wait for them to come for revenge. When my strength increases, I will personally visit them. Yi Tianyun quickly dealt with the two bodies. After emptying their things, he threw 2 balls of immortal fire and burned them to ashes. Destroying the corpses is easy. No one will find out about it. This was the result he wanted. He didn't want to alert the enemy. As long as his cultivation was high enough, profound Azure Mansion was nothing in front of him. It's almost done. Let's continue to look around. Yi Tianyun continued to walk around the hill to see if he can find anything strange. However, after walking for a while, they bumped into Yu Shiqian and the others again. They were stunned. Yu Shiqian nodded lightly. Young master, why are you still here? What's wrong? Is there a demonic beast here? Yi Tianyun smiled. Not really. You provoked Qing Liuyun. They must be looking for you everywhere. If you continue to stay here, it's easy to get yourself killed. Yu Shiqian kindly reminded. Thank you for reminding me. I will keep it in mind, but I am not in a hurry to leave. I plan to stay here for a while. Yi Tianyun smiled. It seems that Yu Shiqian is very kind. She knows how to remind a passerby like him. In that case, young master, please be careful. Yu Shiqian didn't say anything more. She just left with Zhao Yu. After they left, Yu Shiqian shook her head. Let's go. There is nothing to see here. That person didn't leave. I don't know which sect he is from, but he came here alone. Isn't he a little too bold? Zhao Yu said unhappily. How can he know the ancient language of the spirit race? Is what he said true? I think it's true. Yu Shiqian shook her head. Forget it. He has his own ideas. We can't change it. But if Qing Liuyun finds him, he will be in danger. Yu Shiqian saw that Yi Tianyun saw through Qing Liuyun's lies. So she warned him, plus she hated Qing Liuyun. So she warned him. Chapter 136. There must be some kind of treasure here. Maybe it's related to the spirit tribe. Otherwise, why would the beasts wander around here? Yi Tianyun frowned and continued to walk around the island, looking for every detail. Since there was a tombstone here, there must have been a great battle here, and someone died here. There might be a tomb here. Of course, it could also be a memorial, which was why there was a tombstone here. Holding on to some hope, he circled around the area, but he didn't find any entrance. It was just a forest. That's strange. I can't see anything. Is it not in this area? Yi Tianyun frowned. He was very disappointed. Didn't this mean that he had searched for nothing? However, he did not give up. After walking around again, he finally saw some small words on a few trees. They were carved in the language of the spirit tribe. The language of the spirit tribe is carved on these trees. Let me decipher it. After reading it again, he connected the words engraved on it and formed a sentence. The gate to heaven. Then he spoke in an incomprehensible voice. However, after he read it out, it was useless. Useless? Yi Tianyun looked at the trees. It was obvious that there was a formation here, something similar to a transportation formation. However, he could not activate it now. After studying it for a while, he finally found out that he could only activate the formation using the language of the spirit tribe. However, he had already tried it before, and it was useless. Do I have to use spiritual energy? Then Itianyan tried it again. He read it again, but this time he used his spiritual energy and merged it into the voice. When he read it, it was very magical. It was completely different from before. It was as if he was using his mother tongue. It was very spiritual. After he said it, the trees surrounding him lit up and enveloped him. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. However, nothing had changed here. It was as if nothing had happened. Itianyan felt his vision blur, and then he found himself in an empty cave. Looking up, he saw that the surroundings were inlaid with luminous pearls, illuminating the pitch-black tunnel. Just this alone was enough to prove that this place was definitely not simple. Every single night pearl was a priceless commodity. If one was dug out and sold, it could be exchanged for a lot of gold and silver. We're finally in. Itianyan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, he needed to infuse his voice with spiritual energy to activate the array. Otherwise, no matter how he chanted, it would be useless. Thankfully, he understood a bit of the spirit race's language. Otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. How magical! If it weren't for Auntie's knowledge of the spirit tribe's language, I wouldn't have been able to enter. Itianyan shook his head. He didn't know how Shuoyun understood the spirit tribe's language so well. If it weren't for Shuoyun, he wouldn't have understood this language at all. At first, it was Shuoyun who taught him how to read it. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have understood it. I don't know what's in here. Is it really the tomb? He narrowed his eyes. According to the inscription on the tombstone, it was called Huan Qin's tomb. As for who this Huan Qin was, he wasn't very clear. In any case, he had to move forward carefully. When he first entered the Dragon God shrine, he encountered some traps. If he was killed by the traps here, it would be a big loss for him. However, it turned out that he was overthinking. There were no traps along the way, and it was very smooth. As he continued to go deeper, it became hotter and hotter. A hot wind blew out from the inside, which looked very strange. But it didn't affect him at all. He was now at the spirit core stage, so ordinary heat was not a problem for him. When he completely walked out of the tunnel and stepped into the space in front of him, his eyes suddenly opened up. What greeted his eyes was a field of fire dragon stones, and the surroundings were filled with fire dragon stones. Layer after layer of heat waves were constantly released, enveloping the entire space. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would definitely be burnt to a crisp. This is a fire dragon stone. Itianyan squinted his eyes and looked at it. This thing was generally found in some dangerous places. It looked like a red stone that vaguely looked like a dragon. It was coiled on the surrounding wall and looked very lifelike. Fire dragon stone contained a very strong fire attribute spiritual energy. It looked like a piece of red-hot iron. The price was relatively high, and it was used by cultivators who specialized in fire attribute cultivation. He didn't expect to find so many fire dragon stones here, which was amazing. Who is it? A sharp voice came from the front. Itianyan looked towards the direction of the sound and found that there was a sturdy cage in the center of the space. The cage was made of fire dragon stone. In this cage, there was a delicate young girl sitting in the middle of the cage, staring at him with eyes full of vigilance and anger. A living person? Itianyan was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be a living person here. He thought that this was a tomb and there was nothing inside. At most, there would be a corpse. It seems that he was wrong. The girl in front of him was at most 16 or 17 years old. She was very beautiful. Her silver hair fell down and sprinkled on the ground. Her frail body was trapped in this cage, and she looked very pitiful, staring at him with her beautiful silver eyes. It was full of anger. There was no pitiful look in her eyes, only stubborn and arrogant eyes, which did not match her delicate body. Especially the aura that she exuded, it was not so simple. She was definitely a strong cultivator. From the aura that she exuded, Yi Tianyin judged that her cultivation level was at least above core condensation. He estimated that she was trapped here, so her cultivation level seemed to be lower, so her real strength may be stronger. This can be sensed from the cold air that she exuded, with her as the center. A small area was frozen into a thick layer of ice, but it was quickly melted by the surrounding fire dragon stones. Overall, it seemed like she had been suppressed by the surrounding fire dragon stones. Furthermore, this cage made of fire dragon stones had suppressed her strength, causing her to only be able to move around in this small area. There was a tombstone outside, but there was a living person inside. This made him very surprised. According to the engravings on the outside, it should be called Huan Qin, or maybe not. In any case, it was a fact that there was a living person here, and she was not an ordinary person. From her appearance, it can be seen that she was somewhat different from ordinary people. There were a few divine runes on her face. He heard that spirit race would have this kind of divine runes on their body. Chapter 137. Judging from the tombstone outside, it should be a tomb, but in front of him was not a tomb. There was a living person. A living person was trapped here, and it was a spirit race. This was somewhat intriguing. You are not from the spirit race. After looking at him, for a while, the girl was shocked. If he wanted to come here, he must be very familiar with the spirit race's language. Otherwise, he would not be able to come here. The greatest difference between the spirit race and the spirit race was their divine inscriptions. Their faces had faint traces of divine inscriptions, and on the forehead of this young girl, there were two faint divine inscriptions that formed a circle. They were the darlings of the divine rune world. They were too talented in drawing divine runes. If there was a comprehensive ranking of divine rune masters, 6 or 7 of the top 10 would definitely be occupied by the spirit race. This was the reason why they were so talented. Of course, I am not from the spirit race. I am just passing by. I wonder if you are the girl named Huan Qin? Yi Tianyin looked at her up and down. It was definitely not easy to be imprisoned here. Who would have thought that there would be a girl imprisoned in such a dangerous place like Devil Cloud Island? How do you know my name? The girl was vigilant. She had already admitted that the name was hers. I saw it from the tombstone outside. It was engraved with the name Huan Qin. It was left behind by some thundercloud. I thought there was a dead person here. I didn't expect you to be imprisoned here. Yi Tianyin shook his head. Thundercloud, it seems that if I don't tell you the secret, this place will be my grave. Huan Qin's eyes suddenly became extremely cold, killing intent burst out from her eyes. She didn't look like a 16 or 17-year-old girl at all. Yi Tianyin didn't intend to treat her as a girl. He was afraid that she was an old monster who was temporarily sealed here. Immediately, Huan Qin's eyes narrowed. She turned to look at Yi Tianyin and said coldly, "How did you get in here? If you don't know the spirit race's language, it's impossible to come in. Is there someone hiding behind? Or did Thundercloud bring you in?" "I don't know anything about this Thundercloud you're talking about. I just know a little bit of the spirit race's language. So I came here by accident." Yi Tianyin shrugged his shoulders, looked at the cage, and shook his head. "Besides, why would I come in here? What information would I get from you? Do you think yourself an idiot? Or do you think I'm an idiot? Just because a stranger comes in and tries to get close to you, he can get secrets out of you? I thought there was some kind of treasure here, but it seems like I was thinking too much." Huan Qin was startled, but after thinking about it, she felt that it did make sense. I'm thinking too much. Then, can you help me get out? Huan Qin hurriedly shouted. I believe you are not sent by that person. As long as you save me, I will pay you enough. Not only did I give you an Earth-level martial art, but I also gave you quite a number of Dan formulas. It will definitely make you a powerhouse. Huan Qin threw out a tempting reward. For others, it was a good reward. The reward is good. But little sister, why do you think I can open this cage? Yi Tianyun said indifferently, even if I take a step back, I don't know why you're imprisoned here. If you're a big devil after I get you out, it won't be a good thing. So what if I have an Earth-level martial art? I'm afraid I won't be alive to learn it. Huan Qin didn't know what to say. She had already thrown out her reward. What else could she say? If I'm a big devil, there will be no good people in the world. Huan Qin's beautiful eyes were gloomy, full of sarcasm and sadness. Yi Tianyun was silent for a while, then looked up at her and said, the spirit race and I have a bit of fate. Saving you is not a problem. But first, you have to tell me why you're imprisoned here. Yi Tianyun didn't think of himself as a good person, but he was definitely not a heinous bad person, so he would more or less help others. He didn't know why this Huan Qin girl was imprisoned, so he had to understand her. If she was a heinous devil, he would not save her. Huan Qin girl looked at him in silence for a while, not knowing where to start. After thinking for a while, Huan Qin girl said, well, if you're sent by Lei Yun, there's no harm in telling me. It's not a secret at all. The reason why I'm in prison here is very simple. They want to get the secret of the spirit race from me. Now they can't get the secret out of me, and they won't let me out because I'm the next holy maiden of the spirit race. So I won't be able to get the position. After being replaced by someone else, there will be a chance to regain the secret of the spirit race. So I'm just a waste now. Her eyes were full of anger and sadness. She was locked in this cage for the rest of her life. How could she not be sad? Yi Tianyun looked at her eyes, and from her expression, he could see that Huan Qin was not lying. Holy Maiden of the Spirit Race. This reminded him of Zhou Lingyun. There was a new saintess training plan. Was it also from the Spirit Tribe? But he didn't see any trace of the Spirit Race on Zhou Lingyun. Even the Spirit Race can't avoid the struggle for power. Yi Tianyun narrowed his eyes. The Spirit Race was already short of people, but they still wanted to fight for power. Wasn't it the same as destroying themselves? Humph. Do you think that the Spirit Race would do this? We have always lived in harmony. All of this is caused by Lei Yun, the dog of the Netherworld Empire. For your own selfish desires, you say it's for the good of the Spirit Race, but in fact, you're just competing for the position of patriarch. You're completely blinded by power. Huan Qin's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She couldn't wait to kill her fellow Spirit Race member named Lei Yun. The dog of the Netherworld Empire? Yi Tianyun's face sank. This was related to the fourth level forces, which had a lot of core transformation stage cultivators and even void spirit stage cultivators. The area under the control of an empire was really big. The Netherworld Empire will strongly support him to become the patriarch of the spirit race, but there is a corresponding condition. After he becomes the patriarch of the spirit race will become the vassal of the Netherworld Empire. Huan Qin said angrily, our spirit race has never been attached to other forces. We have always been independent. We have never been involved with the forces of the Netherworld Empire. The reason why the Netherworld Empire did this is to stabilize their position. No wonder. Yi Tianyun squinted his eyes. He finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. Ding! Activating the hidden line, save the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Race. The decision will affect the structure of the world. Please make a careful decision. Do you want to accept this hidden line? Affect the structure of the world? Yi Tianyun was startled for a second, then immediately smiled. Interesting. How can I not change the world? Accept. Chapter 138. This is the first time he encountered a task that could change the world. If he didn't encounter this task, he would still be able to change the world. But it doesn't have much impact on him. After all, the life and death of the spirit race has nothing to do with him. But now that he has saved them, the impact will be huge. If Huan Qin dies, it won't matter much, but if Huan Qin doesn't die and stabilizes the spirit race, then the relationship between Yi Tianyun and the spirit race will be completely different. After that, he will be able to get some support. But the randomness is too big. No one can predict the situation. I understand now. I believe you, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Okay, I will help you break this cage now. Yi Tianyun said with a smile. Wait a minute. Huan Qin hurriedly stopped him. You have to break the seal outside and help me remove this cage. Then I will break it myself. What is the seal outside? Yi Tianyun asked. It's the monolith you saw. As long as you throw that monolith away, the seal's effect will be greatly reduced. Huan Qin said. Now, it's a bit loose. Breaking it shouldn't be a problem. By the way, there are so many demon beasts outside. Is it because of you? Yi Tianyun asked. There are a lot of demon beasts outside. Huan Qin shook her head and said, That's not because of me. I am locked here, so I can't affect the situation outside. But I think you must have encountered a gathering of demon beasts. This Devil Cloud Island is very strange. Every once in a while, groups of demon beasts will gather together and then be struck to death by the lightning falling from the Devil Cloud Island. It feels like they are sacrificial offerings. Because of this, the thundercloud imprisoned me here, with these demonic beasts as a cover. I don't think anyone will come up. There is such a situation? Yi Tianyun was taken aback. This Devil Cloud Island is really strange. Every once in a while, they will gather together. So, every once in a while, they can come over to clean up a batch. After leveling up 3 times in a row, he had tasted the sweetness of this place. If he used the 20 times experience, it would definitely be amazing. We're not sure about that. Devil Cloud Island is very strange, and there are a lot of natural fire dragon stones here, which just happens to restrain me. Huan Qin laughed at herself. I was the one who discovered this place, but I didn't expect it to become my prison. Thinking of this, it was indeed a little ironic. Let's not talk about this sad thing. I'll save you. I'll help you break it now. Wait for my news. Yi Tianyun smiled and walked out. Wait a minute. Huan Qin suddenly shouted. What? Yi Tianyun turned around and looked at her with a smile. You're worried that I won't be able to return, so you don't want me to leave? Humph. So what if you run away? I can't do anything about it. Huan Qin took out a small bottle of pills and directly threw it into Yi Tianyun's hand. These are some recovery pills. If you consume too much of your strength, take these pills. Also, there is the spirit race's language on it. As long as you read it and use your own strength, you will be able to lift it. Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with these pills? Yi Tianyun smiled. I can feel that you're not that kind of person, Huan Qin said with a light smile. Interesting. Yi Tianyun put away the pills, turned around, and disappeared into the passage. When he went out again, he quickly returned to the tombstone. There was no one here. Yu Shiqian had already left. There are very few cultivators in the Devil's Sea danger zone, so he wasn't afraid of anyone here. This tombstone is a seal. It's really amazing. Yi Tianyun came in front of the tombstone, reached out his hand and grabbed the tombstone, then fiercely lifted it up. He used most of his strength, but he couldn't lift it even a little bit. As expected, it can't be carried. I need to use the language of the spirit tribe to break this seal. He had already used most of his strength. if it was a level 1 spirit core stage cultivator, he would be able to kill them with one punch, but he didn't expect that he couldn't lift a tombstone. Immediately, he took out the spirit race's language given by Huan Qin and nodded his head. The general meaning was divine seal of annihilation. Very good. Then let's start. The next moment, he began to use his strength and began to crazily lift the tombstone. Divine seal of annihilation. As he chanted, he lifted the stone tablet and exerted all his strength to lift it up. With a rumbling sound, the stone tablet was slowly lifted up, but the seal actually began to slowly restore itself. It was truly terrifying. Divine seal of annihilation. Yi Tianyan said it again. The seal slightly loosened, but he continued to lift it. Overall, it's still not enough. I don't believe it. Go up. Yi Tianyan roared. The veins on his arms were bulging. The dragon god bloodline burst out, and the power suddenly burst out. Boom. The stone tablet was pushed to the side by him and fell to the ground. The heavy stone tablet caused the soil beside it to sink in, but the seal had undoubtedly been opened. A burst of light emerged from the mountain and then disappeared. This thing is really difficult to break. I didn't expect a spirit core stage cultivator to have such difficulty lifting a tombstone. The spirit race's heritage is really terrifying. Yi Tianyan's eyes narrowed. He had seen the effect of this spirit rune. If he didn't have a way to break it, with his current cultivation, he really couldn't break this seal. If such a seal was placed on an ancient site, it would truly be indestructible. Anyone who came would be able to resist it. This is the same as the heavens immersing ancient ruins. If he could restore the formation, it would definitely be very effective, but his current level is still too low. It seems that I have to find some time to cultivate the divine rune mastery. Once I improve it, it will be easier to repair the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Yi Tianyan made up his mind. After everything is over, he will cultivate the divine rune mastery. In this world, the status of a divine rune master is quite high, and there are many uses for it. Okay, I can go back. Yi Tianyan turned around and went back to the mountain. He circled around and returned to the space inside the mountain from the side. When Huan Qin saw Yi Tianyan came back, her eyes were filled with gratitude. She immediately whispered, "Thank you. There is no need to thank me. If you can come out of there quickly, it is the best way to thank me. At least I didn't waste my effort." Yi Tianyan didn't consume too much energy, so he's fine. Chapter 139. Without saying too much nonsense, Huan Qin continued to destroy the cage. The power of the extreme cold constantly impacted the cage, trying to freeze the cage of the fire dragon stone, and then break the cage to get out. However, this ice clearly wasn't powerful enough. No matter how hard it tried to attack the stone pillars, it was quickly suppressed by the surrounding fire dragon stones, forcing the cold air back. At this time, Huan Qin's face was pale. Obviously, she had consumed too much energy, but she gritted her teeth, trying to break the cage. This is her only hope. Not enough power. When Yi Tianyan stood up and walked into the cage, a wave of heat hit him and drilled into his body through his pores. In an instant, he felt a scorching energy rumbling within his body. However, he was completely fine. The stone pillar has been opened. How come the power is still so terrifying? Yi Tianyan frowned. Now that he walked in, he felt that the flame inside was even more terrifying. No wonder Huan Qin couldn't destroy this cage. The suppression around her is enough to make her suffer, and she can still hold on for so long. At this time, Huan Qin finally couldn't stand it anymore. She loosened her hands and sat on the ground. Her face was pale. Still can't break the cage. Yi Tianyan was worried. It's still useless. I tried several times. Although the seal was lifted, my power was suppressed too much. I can't break the cage at all. Give up. Thank you. Huan Qin raised her pale face and looked at Yi Tianyun. She was so helpless, so desperate, it touched his heart. This cage can be broken with external force, right? Yi Tianyun asked. Yes, but it's not so easy to break from the outside. The external force is stronger. Are you? Yes, I will help you break the cage. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He twisted his wrist and smiled. I didn't want to do it. It's too much energy. I can't waste it. What? Huan Qin was confused. She didn't know what Yi Tianyun meant. Don't worry, just watch. Dragon God technique. Yi Tianyun let out a low roar, followed by the roar of a dragon. Thick dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body, and his strength increased exponentially. This time, the effect of the surrounding flame power on him was even weaker. Huan Qin was stunned. She didn't expect that Yi Tianyun could transform. It was unknown just how much divine beast blood essence it had absorbed in order to manifest this power. Absorbing Star's great technique. Yi Tianyun grabbed the cage and started to absorb it madly. This fire dragon stone was essentially an energy stone. Naturally, it could absorb energy. As a steady stream of energy entered his body, his experience bar shot up. 4,000 EXP, 16,000 EXP, 17,000 EXP, 15,000 EXP. Under the crazy EXP mode, the EXP suddenly exploded, and there was no pressure to absorb it. Originally, the Absorbing Star's great technique and the Dark North Divine art were both divine arts that could absorb energy. Naturally, there was no pressure on these fire dragon stones. As he madly absorbed the energy, the two cages made of fire dragon stones in his hands began to dim. After absorbing the energy, it will naturally become dry. But it didn't last long. The surrounding fire dragon stones flickered, and energy continuously poured in to replenish the energy of these fire dragon stones. But no matter how much energy came, Yi Tianyun absorbed it all. You want to absorb all the energy in these fire dragon stones. Huan Qin was shocked. Yes, you guessed right. Yi Tianyun smiled lightly. This is the result he wanted. He came here for experience. He killed so many demon beasts, but he still couldn't reach the level he wanted. But this fire dragon stone is different. There are so many fire dragon stones. How much can he improve his cultivation? Can you absorb it all? Your body will explode. Huan Qin was worried. Cultivators have a limit to their absorption. She has never seen such an endless absorption. Don't worry. You just watch from the side. Leave everything to me. Yi Tianyun smiled and continued to absorb. Huan Qin looked at Yi Tianyun's confident expression. She didn't say anything. Let's see the situation first. Maybe it will really work. Activate 10 times EXP card. Activate 5 times EXP card. Coupled with the 4 times crazy mode. That's 19 times EXP. He didn't want to use the 20 times EXP card. The price in the shop is as high as 300,000 crazy point, so he didn't want to use it for the time being. After buying 2 EXP cards, Yi Tianyun's EXP suddenly exploded. On the basis of 4,000 EXP, it suddenly exploded by 19 times. More than 76,000 EXP. 76,000 EXP gained, 78,000 EXP gained, 75,000 EXP gained. Because of the different absorption, the fluctuation is relatively large, but it's still above 75,000. The EXP is definitely increasing by leaps and bounds. The absorption speed didn't speed up, but the increase in EXP is enough. Cool. It's really cool. I can also increase the proficiency of both. If I can upgrade it to high-grade Earth-level martial arts, the effect will be even more different. Yi Tianyun wants to upgrade his martial arts, but 300,000 EXP is not that easy to increase. So far, he only has 100,000 EXP. There is still a long way to go. unless he uses all his crazy point to buy Earth-level martial arts, but it's obviously not cost-effective. But this is good compared to killing monsters outside. The EXP is not much less. Maintaining this state and absorbing for almost an hour, a pleasant sound came. Ding! Congratulations to player. Tianyun successfully broke through to 4th level Spirit Core. Very good. Continue to absorb. Tianyun continued to absorb. The Fire Dragon Stone gradually dimmed. This speed is still quite fast. If this continues, there should be no problem for him to level up. Huan Qin looked at Tianyun, absorbing for a long time. Her eyes widen. It's already hot enough here, but he can still absorb for such a long time. It's enough to see that Tianyun's level is not low, but in her heart, she was touched. She didn't promise any reward, but this strange man in front of her is willing to risk his life for her. It's impossible not to be touched. Chapter 140. Tianyun continued to absorb crazily. The EXP kept pouring into his body. He couldn't stop. Huan Qin's light blue eyes stared at Tianyun. She wanted to see how he was doing. She was worried about Tianyun, not that she couldn't get out, but if the person who helped her died, she would feel guilty. Are you sure you're okay? You can take a break. Huan Qin was worried. I'm really okay. You just stay here. I'll help you break this cage. Tianyun smiled. No kidding. This is not a problem for him. He can't wait to keep absorbing EXP. But as time goes by, the cage seems to be getting more and more fragile. If he continues like this, he will be completely sucked dry in a while. 75,000 EXP, 16,000 EXP, 17,000 EXP. His EXP suddenly dropped, which means that the 10x EXP card and 5x EXP card are gone. This time he didn't continue to buy them. It's not cost-effective to buy them again. So far, the 10x EXP card has reached 200k crazy point. The 5x EXP card also reached 100k crazy point. It's undoubtedly not cost-effective. It seems that I can only maintain crazy mode. Tianyun shook his head. Even if he maintained crazy mode, the consumption is still a lot. Every minute consumes 100 crazy point. Of course, it's a little bit for him now, but if he maintained it for a day, it will consume a lot of crazy point. But compared to the experience gained, it's a good deal. Without the superposition of the EXP card, the increase of EXP is undoubtedly a lot less, and leveling up is a lot more difficult. Now he can only do this. He doesn't want to eat the 20x EXP card. He can only absorb the EXP like this. The EXP is decreasing, but the speed of absorption is not slow. The cage is gradually on the verge of collapse, and he is like a bottomless pit, continue to absorb the energy. Quick, it's almost broken. Huan Qin was excited. If this continues, she will definitely break it. And Tianyun's situation is still so calm. Nothing happened. The corner of Tianyun's mouth curled up. This was not difficult at all for him. It was simply too easy. I told you, it's not a problem for me at all. Boom. At this moment, a bolt of divine lightning quickly condensed in the sky and struck down fiercely at Tianyun. Its speed was extremely fast, and it enveloped him in an instant. In the next moment, he was sent flying and crashed into the wall. Humph! He let out a muffled groan, and a trail of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was slightly injured. Is this lightning? Tianyun felt as though he was about to be cleaved in half. If it weren't for his astonishing physique and his terrifying armor, he would have been cleaved to death. Now his whole body was numb. It was too terrifying. He felt that even a spirit core stage cultivator would be easily killed. Sure enough, this cage wasn't as easy to destroy as he had imagined. He still had a backup plan. This is the heavenly lightning array. He engraved his own heavenly lightning array. Huan Qin said in horror, "Don't come any closer. Quickly go." He used the lightning of this Devil Cloud Island as the last line of defense. As long as you continue to approach here, you will be killed. Tianyan stood up, wiped the blood off his lips, and sneered. Do you think I will give up so easily? It's just a bolt of lightning. I don't believe I can't break it. He wasn't someone who would give up so easily. He immediately burst forth with the power of his dragon god bloodline and charged forward. Boom! A terrifying lightning fell down, but Tianyan raised his hand and used Absorbing Star's great technique. As long as it is energy, he can absorb it. 16,000 EXP, 15,000 EXP. Humph! Tianyan was sent flying again. His body was scorched black. His absorption speed is still too slow. The power of the lightning is too strong. No matter how many lightning bolts condensed over the Devil Cloud Island, he couldn't absorb it. Unless his cultivation technique is further improved, his absorption speed is far less than the energy of the attack. Go! Don't try anymore. This heavenly lightning array is gradually activated. If you continue like this, you will definitely die. Quan Qin begged. I know what you want. Please go. I beg you. Please go. Her eyes were red. She was eager to go out, but she didn't want Tianyan to die in front of her. Although they haven't known each other for long, she felt that Tianyan is sincere in saving her, so she won't let Tianyan die so easily. Don't worry. Do you think this is all I have? Tianyan's eyes flashed. This is indeed very tricky. Looking at the lightning gradually gathering on the ground. If this continues, the lightning will become even more terrifying at that time. Even with his current cultivation, he won't be able to withstand it, which is enough to show how terrifying this array is. The next moment, he took out his shadow cloak, 5 seconds of invincibility. Immediately, he rushed towards Quan Qin again. At the same time, he saw Quan Qin's sad eyes. She shook her head at him, signaling him not to continue to be brave. This made his heart even more determined. If it was a selfish person, they would save him no matter what. But Quan Qin is different. She really doesn't want him to die for her. Kaboom! Heavenly lightning struck again, but this time he activated his shadow cloak. Boom! When the lightning hit his body, it suddenly disappeared. It had no effect. He was completely immune to it. Soon, he came in front of the cage and grabbed it with both hands. Roar! A dragon roar came out of his mouth. He grabbed the stone pillar tightly and threw it forward. Only to hear a kacha sound coming from the stone pillar, a slight crack appeared on it, but the effect was very limited. But he didn't give up. He quickly stood up, grabbed the 2 stone pillars with both hands, and tried to pull them apart. Violent power burst out from his hands. The blue veins on his arms bulged. The dragon scales on his arms were bulging. It looked very scary. Under this crazy power, the stone pillar continued to make a crack sound. Pieces of the stone pillar fell from it. Crazy damage mode. Activate. Tianyan roared. He wanted to forcibly tear the already fragile cage. But at this time, an unknown evil fire came from the stone pillar and drilled into his body through his arms. But soon, his shadow cloak was immune to it. He is completely invincible. This is the evil fire that was placed in here. Tianyan immediately knew what this evil fire was. Obviously, the person who placed this cage still has some tricks up his sleeves. As long as he continues to forcibly destroy the cage, then the evil fire will come and drill into his body. This evil fire is very powerful. It is constantly destroying the inside of the cage. Chapter 141. Tianyan felt the evil fire. Fortunately, he had the shadow cloak. Otherwise, he would have been burned by it. But the fire continued to surge. It seems that it won't stop for a while. Let go! Quan Qin screamed when she saw the evil fire. This is the evil fire of the fire dragon stone buried inside. It will melt you. Tianyan gritted his teeth, but the determination in his eyes didn't diminish. He didn't have much time left, but he didn't say a word. 5 seconds is quite short. If it weren't for their high cultivation every second would be a long time. Open, Etianyan roared. His arms continued to struggle to break the stone pillar. A little crack appeared on it, but at the same time, more and more evil fire drilled into the pillar. The shadow cloak was immune to it. But time is always limited. He tried to break the pillar a few times, but he still couldn't break it. 5 seconds had already passed when the effect of the shadow cloak disappeared. The evil fire immediately rushed up, drilled into his body, and began to madly burn his body. A burning sensation came from inside his body, making him feel a little pain, but it was bearable. With his strong physique, it's not a problem for him to withstand the fire, but if this continues, he will be seriously injured. If this continues, even if you have a strong physique, you will still die. Huan Qin looked at Yi Tianyan and couldn't help but shout. She didn't want to see Yi Tianyan die, not because she wanted to get out, but because she was really worried that Yi Tianyan would die. I won't die before I save you, believe me. Yi Tianyan looked at her, revealing a faint smile. His tone was firm. You. Huan Qin's eyes were filled with tears. She clenched her teeth. She really wanted to help, but with the activation of the Heavenly Thunder Formation, she was imprisoned inside, unable to move. Otherwise, she would have helped him a long time ago, instead of sitting in the cage and watching Yi Tianyan cry. In the next moment, Yi Tianyan's eyes shone with a divine light. The power in his body exploded to its peak. Open. With a furious roar, Yi Tianyan's strength abruptly increased by several times. His arms also grew a little larger, and he used all his strength to pry open the door. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of collapse, the 2 stone pillars were completely smashed. The stone pillar finally collapsed under Yi Tianyan's efforts. Suddenly, a big gap appeared in the cage, and Huan Qin could easily walk out of it. However, with the collapse of the stone pillars, the formation lost its effectiveness. Without the foundation to maintain the formation disappeared. At this moment, his body loosened, and he felt an incomparable pain in his body. His body could not help but fall backward. When the evil fire invaded his body, the damage it caused to him was extremely serious. Even he did not expect it to cause so much damage. The evil fire, which was already extremely violent, became even more savage. It crazily burrowed into his limbs, incessantly burning his body. He could smell a burning smell. His internal organs had been roasted. When he was about to fall to the ground, he fell into a soft embrace. He struggled to open his eyes, and what he saw was Huan Qin's red eyes. She kept opening her mouth to say something, but he could not hear it. He just felt that his consciousness gradually became blurred. No matter how hard he tried, he could not continue to open his eyes. This time, the evil fire caused a lot of damage to him. He felt that with his peak of spirit core stage cultivation, he would be seriously injured under such an attack. But he was not worried. He could only continue to resist the evil fire in his body, trying to suppress it. The injury was serious, but it was not particularly fatal. His amazing physique was not a decoration, but not long after, he only felt a chill quickly coming from the surface of his body, quickly extinguishing the evil fire in his body, making him feel a little better. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that the pain in his body had basically disappeared, followed by a cool feeling. He had never felt so comfortable before. He slowly opened his eyes. Then what came into view was Huan Qin, who was crying red and swollen, hugging him tightly, not willing to let go. Yi Tianyan noticed that the divine rune on Huan Qin's forehead was missing. The missing rune was engraved on his chest, exuding a cool power. He knew that this was the power of Huan Qin. She transferred the divine rune on her forehead to his body. He didn't know what side effects this would bring, but he knew that it was not a small price to pay. Transferring the divine rune on the body will not only reduce his lifespan, but also his cultivation. In fact, there was no pressure to cultivate these 2 points. The most important thing was that the talent was transferred to him. It can be said that each of them had half of the talent. At least Huan Qin's talent was greatly reduced, but she could still use it. The biggest reason for Huan Qin to do this was to use her talent to heal him in the best way and save him. After all, she has the ice attribute, so she can quickly dispel the evil fire. When Yi Tianyan knew about this, he was very touched. He didn't expect Huan Qin to do this for him. It seems that he was not wrong about her. Ding successfully obtained the Heavenly Eye talent. At this time, the system sounded, proving that he got the talent. You transferred the divine rune to me. Isn't this nonsense? Yi Tianyan shook his head and sat up. His internal injuries have already recovered. He thought that it would take a long time to recover, but under the treatment of Huan Qin, he quickly recovered. I never owe anyone anything, as long as you are fine. Huan Qin wiped her tears with the back of her hand and smiled. She didn't care about her loss at all. In fact, I can recover. You must have a great impact on yourself by doing this, right? Yi Tianyan asked. This is nothing. I already said, whether it is others or my own people, I don't want to owe anything. Huan Qin smiled and said, since you are willing to save me, then I will give you this gift. But this gift is really a bit expensive. Yi Tianyan smiled. The previous sad atmosphere disappeared. But there are really a lot of big formations here. One after another, I didn't expect to be trapped in the end. Yes, I didn't expect that Lei Yun has 2 big formations. Even if the seal outside is destroyed, it can't easily destroy this cage. Huan Qin's face was gloomy. It seems that he is really cruel to me, very worried that I will escape. That's for sure. Let's get out of here now. We can't stay here for long. Yi Tianyan stood up. He was worried that Lei Yun will send people to chase after him, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Huan Qin nodded and quickly evacuated with Yi Tianyan. But when they were about to leave, Yi Tianyan stopped. Wait a minute! Then Yi Tianyan, under Huan Qin's puzzled look, he took off the night-luminescent pearl inlaid on the wall and tossed it in his hand. This thing is priceless. It's a pity to leave it here. I just need money to buy pills. Chapter 142. After they left, they quickly hid on the side. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Lei Yun notices something, it will be very troublesome. Yi Tianyan said. Huan Qin nodded and looked around. There is no boat here. It seems like we have to do it ourselves. Don't worry about that. There should be a giant eagle waiting for us. He brought Huan Qin to the shore and saw a feather carriage parked there. It was Qing Liu Yun's feather carriage. It was now parked on the shore. Since they were already dead, Yu Shiqian wouldn't take the carriage away, so she left it here. I didn't expect there to be a carriage here. Can we drive it away? Huan Qin was surprised. Yes, one of them didn't like me, so I killed him, Yi Tianyan said, with a smile. I don't know who it was. Provoking you is simply courting death. Huan Qin roughly knew how strong Yi Tianyan was. He was a spirit core cultivator. Reaching this level at such a young age was enough to show how talented he was. Then let's leave this damn place together. I can't stay here any longer. Yes, but it's time to say goodbye. I don't think we are going in the same direction. I want to go back to the nearby Tianxin city. Yi Tianyan said. But you don't have a carriage. You have to take a boat. The next moment, a black dragon was summoned by him, giving her a huge fright. Do you think I still need a carriage? Yi Tianyan laughed. I am very curious. What is your background? How can you have a divine beast as a mount? She was indeed an experienced and knowledgeable saintess. Huan Qin was only a little surprised, but she quickly recovered. This was not surprising for her. She had been in contact with a 4th-grade force, and even her spirit clan had a divine beast. No, I am just an elder of a small force. I am just lucky. Yi Tianyan didn't hide anything. This black dragon is not something to hide, but as a trump card, people will definitely know about it in the future. Moreover, they weren't enemies, so there wouldn't be any problems. A small force, Huan Qin smiled and said, "It seems that your luck is too good. You must have obtained some kind of inheritance." "You can say that." Yi Tianyan thought about it. There was nothing wrong with that. The system could be considered a legacy. "You saved me. I haven't paid you yet." When Huan Qin was about to continue, Yi Tianyan shook his head and interrupted her. "That's enough. You've already transferred the divine imprint to me. This is already the greatest reward you can offer me. Everything else can't be compared to this." Yi Tianyan placed his hand on his chest as he smiled. "No, more importantly, I need you to help me keep it." Huan Qin smiled indifferently and stretched out her finger. There was a faint golden light on it. Then she pointed at Yi Tianyan's chest. "This is my gift to you. Make good use of it, but don't show it easily. Otherwise, you will be killed." Yi Tianyan had already checked what the memory was. After knowing what it was, his heart was immediately shocked. What Huan Qin gave him was not a martial art, but a divine imprint engraving method. It can be said that it included many high-level divine imprints, some of which were secret techniques of the spirit clan. Although he was proficient in divine imprint, it didn't mean that he knew all kinds of divine imprints. Only by obtaining more divine imprints, he could engrave more. Divine imprint mastery was just a foundation. The higher the level, the more complex divine imprints he could engrave. Not only divine imprint mastery, but also other weapons, spirit tools, and the like are actually very similar. Weapons of the same level, but some forging recipes are different. The effect is completely different. What he lacks now is the recipe, but it can still be used. The point is that Huan Qin taught him this. If the people of the spirit clan knew about this, Huan Qin will definitely be expelled. The secret technique of the spirit clan was taught to an outsider. How could she not be expelled from the spirit clan? "Why did you teach me all this?" Yi Tianyun's eyes were full of complex emotions. He was touched. He did save Huan Qin, but not only did she teach him the divine imprint, but she also taught him the secret technique of the spirit clan. "Didn't I just say that you will keep it for me? This is for myself, and also for the sake of the spirit clan." Huan Qin smiled and said, "When I go back, I don't know whether I will live or die. If I can't resist the power of Lei Yun, then the spirit clan may be controlled by the Netherworld Empire. In that case, I might as well give you this secret technique. If the spirit clan is destroyed, at least we can keep this secret technique." Yi Tianyun's heart was shaken. Although she said that, she didn't have to give it to him. She could just give it to a spirit clan member, and then hide it. Why would she give it to an outsider? This should be what Lei Yun wants. Why do you trust me so much? Yi Tianyun's eyes were full of complex emotions. In truth, only the next holy maiden could obtain this secret art. It was impossible for any other elder to obtain it, but now it was passed on to him, an outsider. If Lei Yun knew about this, he would definitely go crazy. "I don't know why. Maybe it's your determination to save me that made me trust you completely." Huan Qin smiled. Her silver eyes were full of complex light. "Maybe you are the first person to treat me like this." Yi Tianyan seemed to know her story from her eyes. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. "Actually, I am going to help you." Yi Tianyan couldn't help but blurt out. He could only say that. He knew that Huan Qin will face a great crisis when she goes back. She will have to face the traitors in the clan. "I appreciate your kindness, but I can see that you still have important things to do. Especially when you were unconscious, you kept calling me Aunt. And to be honest, your cultivation level is a bit low." Huan Qin suddenly smiled. reached out her hand, and gently touched his forehead. Stay here. If you really want to help me, then make good use of the memory I gave you and cultivate to a stronger realm. If you can find me, then you can help me. My cultivation level is low. Etianyan was a little surprised. Yes, spirit core stage is not bad, but I need to face core transformation stage cultivators, or even void spirit stage cultivators. Spirit core stage cultivators are not worth mentioning. My cultivation level was at the late stage of core transformation stage, but now that I am sealed, my cultivation level has dropped to core condensation stage. How much help do you think you can make? Huan Qin smiled and said, but you are very young. Give me more time, and you will become stronger. Sooner or later, you will be stronger than many people and stand at the peak. Chapter 143. Standing at the peak. Huh? That's a good idea. It's quite in line with my current thinking. Etianyan smiled. If he wanted to protect his family, the best way was to become stronger than everyone else. Bah, I said you're fat, and you're still talking to me. Huan Qin smiled and said, by the way, I still don't know your name. Etianyan. He didn't hide his name. He took off his mask and revealed his real face. This is my real face. Everything before was just an illusion. When Huan Qin saw Etianyan's real face, she was shocked. You're so young? In front of her was the face of a 17 or 18-year-old man, which was too young. When Etianyan changed his face, he was at least 24 or 25 years old. Reaching spirit core stage at this age was already very scary, but now that he revealed his face, it was even more shocking. Immediately, she grabbed Etianyan's face and started rubbing it. She wanted to see if she could pull off a layer of skin, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull off a layer of skin. Have you touched enough? Etianyan said helplessly. It's really this face. Huan Qin was shocked. It's incredible that you reached spirit core stage at such a young age. Are you a genius from the divine nation? I told you, I'm just an elder of a small force, not a genius from a big force. Etianyan said helplessly. To be able to cultivate to such a high level, you must be a genius. Huan Qin shook her head. If this didn't happen in the spirit clan, I would have kidnapped you and made you a member of the spirit clan. You're exaggerating. Etianyan suddenly laughed. This Huan Qin was really overbearing. It's not an exaggeration to have such a cultivation base at such a young age. His future must be amazing. Huan Qin smiled. I'm looking forward to your performance in the future. I hope we'll meet again, someday. That's right, Huan Qin is my name in the spirit clan. My real name is Yi Qingxian. Then she got on the carriage and flew into the sky. You must survive. When the time comes, I will find you. Etianyan shouted, if you can find me and I'm still alive, I'll marry you. Yi Qingxian smiled and turned to look at him. Finally, she shouted, but before that, you also have to survive. You must keep a low profile or you will be killed. Then, her carriage of feathers disappeared from sight just like that. Complete Save Spirit Race Sanus quest. Complete reward. 200. 000 EXP. 10. 000 crazy point. 100 Huan Qin favorability. At this time, the quest notification popped up. If he wanted to trigger the quest, he would have to leave with her. But he has something important to do now, so he can't leave with her. Qingxian Mansion is his main goal now. Then he checked the current situation and all the information popped up. Level 34, 4th level Spirit Core. EXP 818538 Crazy Point Prestige. 430 Crazy Point Sin Point. 231 Crazy Points Cultivation Technique. Dark North Divine Art. Dragon God Secret Art. Xian Tian Divine Art Martial Arts. Absorbing Stars Great Technique. Blood Fiend Soaring Sky. transforming Heaven Palm X2, Netherworld Step X2 weapon, Frost Fist, Blood Fiend Divine Spear, Endless Sword, Chaotic Heaven Sacred Axe, Flowing Cloud Long Sword Armor, Divine Armor, Shadow Cloak, Chaotic Heaven Divine Armor, Chaotic Heaven Battle Boots Divine Ability, Crazy Mode, Luck Aura Bloodline, Dragon God Bloodline Talent, Heavenly Eye Decoration, Forging God Hammer, Power Bracelet, Power Ring, Power Belt, Blood Fiend Bracelet all items, 10 Recovery Medicinal Pill, Gift Pack LV41, Life X1, Bad Luck Divine Pill, Blast Divine Pill, 20 times EXP card, 3 times Crazy Point card, 4 times Proficiency card, Walrus Skin X8, Octopus Tentacle X6, Sea Cowhorn X8, Night Pearl X6, etc. Treasure, Purple Fire Divine Furnace Title, Guardian, Savior Flame, Immortal Fire, more than 800,000, 000 Crazy Point. I still need 200,000, 000 to upgrade Crazy Mode. Ichinyun's eyes lit up. He killed a lot of demon beasts in Crazy Mode and got a lot of Crazy Point. Now he can use it to upgrade Dragon God Bloodline or Appraisal. He only needs 500,000 Crazy Point to upgrade them. But he doesn't want to upgrade these two. Crazy Mode is the most important. According to this calculation, the next level will be 8 times EXP card. This means that he can get 8 times EXP card every time, which is almost equivalent to 10 times EXP card. How can he not be happy? Let's clean them up and sell them all. Onion, sold, Netherworld Step, and other things. It doesn't make much sense for him to keep them. He doesn't want these things, so he will clean them up and exchange them for Crazy Point. His current goal is simple. He just needs to accumulate 200,000 Crazy Points. Immediately after he cleaned them up, a number appeared on the Crazy Point bar. 870,000 Crazy Point. After clearing everything, he still needed 130,000 Crazy Points to level up. The price of Night Pearl is not bad. This thing can sell for 5,000 Crazy Point. Onion smiled and immediately left on the Black Dragon. He planned to return to Heavenly New City to submit the quest. In the cage, there is still a little fire dragon stone that can be absorbed, but he doesn't plan to stay there to absorb it. If Lei Yun sends someone to come here and meet him, he will be in trouble. He doesn't want to suffer that much trouble now. Not long after he left, a sharp light flew from a distance and landed on the top of the mountain. Boom! A huge pit was smashed on the top of the mountain, and a strong man walked out of the pit, carrying a giant sword in his hand, his eyes cold. He was 2.5 meters tall, and when he walked, he was like a mountain, leaving a footprint with each step. Soon he came to the place where the spirit race language was before, whispered a few words, and disappeared from the area. Not long after, he appeared again, his face gloomy. How is this possible? The double formation arranged by Lord Lei Yun was broken. Could it be that the elder of the spirit race came in person? It seems that I have to go back quickly and report to Lord Lei Yun. Immediately, he threw the long sword in his hand. A huge sword light rose into the sky, 12 meters high, and then fiercely chopped down. With a bang, the whole mountain was blown up, and the terrifying power swept the surrounding area. What was left was a deep pit. Nothing else was left. Immediately, he jumped up and stepped on the long sword. A dense divine rune flickered on the giant sword, and immediately turned into a light and disappeared into the sky. This speed is too fast. Chapter 144. Onion rode on the Black Dragon and soon returned to Sky New City. Then he went straight to Star Pavilion. Before that, he must have put on the 100 transformation mask again to hide his face so that no one would know his true appearance. When he returned to Star Pavilion, as soon as he entered, he signaled the receptionist to take him to Deacon Huang. When Deacon Huang saw him, he was surprised. Then he smiled and said, "What's wrong? Is there anything else you need to prepare?" He thought that Etianyun hadn't set off yet. It had only been a few days, less than a week. No, I'm almost done. I've hunted a lot of monsters. I'll sell them to you now. Etianyun smiled and said, correspondingly, I only need the materials. As for the price, it's up to you. What? You've hunted them? So fast? Deacon Huang was stunned. It would take more than half a month to go back and forth by boat. Unless he rode on a giant eagle, it would be impossible to return so fast. Yes, you can count them. Etianyun took off the storage ring and put it on the table. He smiled and said, it's all in here. You can check it. Deacon Huang took it with a suspicious face. Not to mention the time. He looked up and down at Etianyun. It didn't seem to be a big problem. Presumably, he had only killed a few monsters, so it didn't mean much to them. But when he checked the corpse in the storage ring, he was shocked. He was shocked by the situation inside. In the storage ring, the corpses of the monsters were piled up like a mountain. The number was much more than he had imagined. He thought that Etianyun had hunted a dozen monsters at most, but now there were hundreds of them. It was incredible. This number. Deacon Huang's eyes were full of shock. He looked up at Etianyun, and his eyes changed a lot. You hunted them alone? You can say that we hunted them together. I hunted them together with my friend. Is there a problem? Etianyun did not tell the truth. The impact of him killing so many demonic beasts alone was still very big. Hunted with a friend, that's not too bad. Deacon Huang heaved a sigh of relief. If a person could hunt so many demon beasts by himself, then it would be a miracle. This was way too powerful. How strong must one's cultivation be in order to hunt so many demon beasts? Can you start calculating now? Etianyun asked. Sure. Deacon Huang nodded. He couldn't help but look at Etianyun a few more times. This was beyond his imagination. Soon, he finished counting and gave a rough evaluation. I've roughly calculated it. What do you need in terms of materials? I don't have any special requirements, as long as it can be used to forge a soul tool, Etianyun said after thinking for a while. What? Forge a soul tool? Deacon Huang was shocked. In Heavenly New City, the number of blacksmiths who could forge soul tools could be counted on one's fingers. The young man in front of him wanted these materials without a doubt. He wanted to forge a soul tool. He would either forge it himself or ask someone to forge it. One thing was for sure, there was a strong person who knew how to forge soul tools. That's right. What's the problem? Etianyun asked. There's no problem. As far as I know, the number of blacksmiths who can forge soul tools is very small. I might be rude to ask, is it this brother here or your friend who can forge it? Deacon Huang asked. Is this very important? Etianyun did not answer. This, if possible, we also hope that a master who can forge soul tools can forge soul tools for us. Everything can be discussed. Deacon Huang rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. Etianyun's eyes flashed. Although forging was good for him, it was still too slow. Unless there is no other way, he would choose the path of forging. My friend is not very convenient for the time being, so we can talk later. Etianyun refused. Deacon Huang was not embarrassed. He just nodded and said, if you can, please be sure to come and help. We will definitely give you a generous reward. Blacksmiths are extremely popular everywhere. Everyone has a few weapons, so blacksmiths are very popular. Roughly, the demon beasts you killed can be exchanged for 15 normal soul tool materials. I don't know if you are satisfied. Deacon Huang roughly reported the price. No problem. Etianyun didn't have any concept of the price. Anyway, it was easy to get, so he didn't care much about it. Ding! Successfully completed the demon beast's hunting task. Reward, 500. 000 EXP, 10. 000 gold, 10. 000 crazy point, 10 lottery tickets. Star Pavilion favorability increased by 100. The task was completed easily, and he also got a lot of crazy point and 10 lottery tickets. Then please wait a moment. Deacon Huang turned his head and shouted, "Little Zhu, come here for me." "What's wrong, Deacon Huang?" Then a figure came out of the house. Tianyan looked up and was stunned. "Pavilion Lord Z?" Tianyan shouted. "Pavilion Lord Z? I am not the Pavilion Lord. I am not qualified to be the Pavilion Lord." The woman shook her head and laughed at herself. Tianyan looked carefully at the woman and found that she is not Ziyue, but she is very similar to Ziyue. He can't say that she is completely similar, but at least 90% similar. If he didn't look carefully, he wouldn't be able to see the difference, which makes him wonder if they are twins. Moreover, the appraisal eye has already presented the other party's information in front of him. Zhu Yuxuan, cultivation level 9 spirit refinement realm, wears high-grade spirit tool purple jade soft armor, martial art turned cloud palm, cloud treading steps, etc. Combat power, 16,000 weakness. He doesn't care about the rest. It doesn't make much sense to him. "Do you have an elder sister or younger sister?" Tianyan asked. "My friend, please tell me in detail." At this time, Deacon Huang came out with a very serious expression. "You said you have seen a woman who looks like her?" "Yes, I have seen her, and she looks like her," Tianyan said without thinking much. "Very good, very good." Deacon Huang laughed. "Then tell me, where is she? I will definitely give you more rewards." Deacon Huang's eyes flashed with surprise. There is a kind of ecstasy in his eyes. When Tianyan just wanted to say something, Zhu Yuxuan rushed over. "You have seen my sister?" Zhu Yuxuan looked happy, hurriedly grabbed him, and said, "Where is she?" She is very excited. Regardless of the fact that men and women should not touch, she directly grabbed Tianyan's shoulder. This scene made Deacon Huang dumbfounded, but she quickly reacted and said embarrassedly, "I am too excited. If she looks like me, then she is my sister. I haven't seen her for a long time, since she ran away from home. There has been no news of her. I don't know where she went. Ran away from home." Tianyan was puzzled. "Yes, she has been away from home for several years. I wonder if you can tell me where my sister is?" Zhu Yuxuan said excitedly. Tianyan squinted his eyes, immediately looked at Deacon Huang, and said, "Can't you find any news of her sister?" Deacon Huang laughed dryly. "The sea of people is vast. There are also places that our Star Pavilion can't find, basically beyond the heavenly boundary continent. We don't go to explore. It is too much of a waste of manpower and material resources." Tianyan can see that Deacon Huang is not lying. The Star Pavilion is indeed very big. It is spread all over the heavenly boundary continent, but it is not particularly familiar with the situation outside, especially the earthly boundary continent. It is even more reluctant to spend a lot of effort to explore. Chapter 145. What's your sister's name? Tianyan asked. Zhu Yue. Zhu Yuxuan quickly replied. Sure enough, Tianyan immediately confirmed his guess. In order to avoid detection, she had to conceal her identity, but she didn't hide her real name, she just changed her surname. But even so, they couldn't easily detect her. The sea of people is vast. It's not that easy to detect. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yue ran away from home, relying on her own hands to make a name for herself outside. Obviously, she has outstanding performance in management, but her position is not very high. Although she can manage the treasure pavilion, due to her lack of background, she can only be regarded as a puppet. Zhu family is relatively famous in Heavenly Boundary Continent. It belongs to the management branch of Star Pavilion. Otherwise, Zhu Yuxuan would not appear here. May I know the reason why your sister ran away from home? Tianyan asked. This is our family's matter. As long as you tell us and let me find my sister, we will immediately reward you with both hands. You will definitely be satisfied. Zhu Yuxuan closed her mouth. She didn't want to reveal the situation. After all, this is a family scandal. She can't explain it in detail. In that case, I also have no comment. I am your sister's friend. She chose to run away from home. There must be something she is unwilling to face. So I will not say it. Yi Tianyan said. Zi Yue, also known as Zhu Yue. Her relationship with Yi Tianyan is not bad. She really wants to help him, but in her heart, Yi Tianyan regards her as his friend. Young master, it seems that you are not willing to say anything. Zhu Yuxuan's face turned cold. It changed on a whim. Some things we are not willing to say, that is our family's matter. You don't need to know too much. As long as you say it, it will only benefit my sister. There is no harm. I don't think so, since I am your sister's friend. There are some things I have to listen to. Only then will I know whether it is worth saying. Yi Tianyan did not choose to back down. Friend, it seems like you don't know where you are. Deacon Huang stood up and said with a serious expression, This is a big deal for the entire Star Pavilion, so you have to tell us. Otherwise, we'll have to invite you somewhere, so that you can think about it. He snapped his fingers, and a group of cultivators rushed up, including 3 core condensation deacons. They quickly ran down the stairs and came in front of Yi Tianyan. Deacon Huang, what's wrong? The middle-aged man asked. He knows about Yue, but he refuses to say anything, Deacon Huang said in a low voice. You know about Yue? The man looked at Yi Tianyan in surprise, and then said with a serious expression, Friend, as long as you tell us where Yue is, we will give you a corresponding reward. We will definitely not treat you unfairly. I said, I have my own judgment. Zhu Yue is my friend. I respect her choice. But if you want to force me to say it, I can only say that it is impossible. Yi Tianyan frowned. Their attitude made him very uncomfortable. If that's the case, then this friend. If you don't say it, don't even think about leaving. Deacon Huang raised his hand and said, Arrest him. They just formed a good cooperative relationship, but in the blink of an eye, it was broken. This reversal is too sudden. One of them immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyan. His palm turned into an eagle claw and grabbed Yi Tianyan. The power released from the body of a core condensation expert is like a giant eagle swooping down on Yi Tianyan, trying to capture him like a prey. But they didn't mean to hurt him. They just wanted to catch him. Yi Tianyan's eyes flashed. With a faster speed, he grabbed the opponent's arm and immediately slammed him on the ground. Bang! Yi Tianyan was a little dizzy from the fall, but it's not fatal, just a little dizzy. Since the other side didn't attack too hard, then he won't attack too hard. I advise you not to mess around. I can't guarantee that next time I will be more ruthless. Yi Tianyan looked at them indifferently and said, This time they were stunned, although their companion's cultivation was not high, but he was still at 5th or 6th level of core condensation. But he was instantly killed. This can only prove one thing, that is, Yi Tianyan's cultivation is higher. Yi Tianyan directly suppressed one of the deacons. If he was more ruthless, then he would be dead. In a situation where he had attacked so quickly, he had stunned them. Only those with great strength had the right to speak. They all looked at each other and saw a little shock in each other's eyes. Whether it is speed or strength, it is very amazing, far more than the deacon just now. This means that the cultivation of the young man in front of them has reached a much higher level than them. Because Yi Tianyan is wearing the 100 transformation mask, so they can't see Yi Tianyan's real age. If they know that Yi Tianyan's real age is only about 17 years old, then they will be even more shocked. So do you choose to fight, or do you want to negotiate? Yi Tianyan looked at their shocked expression. His expression is very indifferent. Their shock is expected. This time they have to think carefully, such a strong cultivation. So young, presumably his background is not too simple. This is what they think. In fact, Tianyan is just a member of a first-grade force, but they think that such a young man with such high cultivation, without a lot of resources, how can he be cultivated? After looking at each other, they can only choose to compromise. My friend, we're not trying to make things difficult for you. It's just that Zhu Yue is very important to us. She has caused a lot of trouble for the Star Pavilion after she left home for so many years. Deacon Huang sighed. If I am not wrong, you must have forced her to do something. That is why she chose to run away from home. I know her character. She is a very responsible person. She will never do anything wrong, Yi Tianyan said in a low voice. Zhu Yuxuan was silent for a while, then took a step forward, not afraid of Yi Tianyan at all. Mister, since you want to know, then I will tell you the truth. My sister ran away from the wedding. It is that simple. This matter is not very clear to the outside world. So in order to protect the Star Pavilion's reputation, we did not say it. Ran away from the wedding. Yi Tianyan was startled. This situation is a bit of a cliché, but it is a common thing. Especially when it is reflected in the children of big families. They have no choice. Their own happiness is controlled by the family. It is indeed a bit tragic. Chapter 146. That's right. She ran away from the marriage. This was a matter that had been decided long ago, so it was impossible for her to go back on her word. I didn't expect that my sister would secretly run away after she found out about it. She didn't even leave a single message behind. Zhu Yuxuan sighed and said, I admit that it was a bit forced on my sister, but the result was good for her. Marrying into a powerful family would be of great help to her in the future. Then who did she marry? Yi Tianyan asked. The son of the second elder of Qing Xian Mansion. I believe that young master already knows about Qing Xian Mansion. It's not a weak family here. If the two families could unite through marriage, it would be good for both the Star Pavilion and my sister. Zhu Yuxuan's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, Young master, what do you think? Qing Xian Mansion? Yi Tianyan's complexion became a bit strange. He didn't expect that he would have a relationship with Qing Xian Mansion. His complexion sank as he said, if she thought that it was good, she wouldn't have run away from home. I understand your difficulties, but it's a pity that this reason makes me even more reluctant to tell you. But I won't tell anyone about it. You can rest assured about this. Everyone's complexion changed. They thought that Yi Tianyan would tell them, but they didn't expect that he would refuse in the end. If there's nothing else, please give me the materials I need. I still have something to do. Yi Tianyan waved his hand and turned around to leave. At this time, Zhu Yuxuan quickly ran over and stood in front of Yi Tianyan. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to stop Yi Tianyan, but she still stood up and opened her arms to stop him. Young master, I beg you to tell me where my sister is. If it wasn't for the fact that I already have a Dao companion, I would have already replaced my sister and married into Qing Xian Mansion. If this continues, our Zhu family will be finished. Yi Tianyan was startled. This Zhu Yuxuan really had a bit of determination. If it wasn't so urgent, he believed that they wouldn't have made such a choice. How so? Yi Tianyan asked. Our Zhu family's status in the Star Pavilion is declining day by day. If this continues, we won't be able to stand firm in the Star Pavilion, Zhu Yuxuan said in a deep voice. So, you plan to rely on Zhu Yue and the Qing Xian Mansion to make the Zhu family have a higher status in the Star Pavilion? Yi Tianyan had already understood the ins and outs of the matter. It was actually a marriage alliance, using Zhu Yue as a condition to get them to support the Zhu family. Yes, I'm sorry, but there's no other way. Zhu Yuxuan clenched her teeth. She was determined to sacrifice her sister to save the entire Zhu family. Yi Tianyun looked at them deeply. To be honest, relying on one person to save the entire Zhu family is very childish. Only by becoming stronger can we have the right to speak. He said he relied on others, but when he abandoned you, he didn't hesitate at all. He's telling the truth. What's the use of marriage? Jade Palace and Qing Xian Mansion already had many marriages. What was the result? That's abandoning them. Without strength, they will be replaced. This time, unless Zhu Yue is strong enough to defy the heavens, or has the absolute right to speak, otherwise there's no point in marrying her. But if that's the case, Zhu family won't be in this situation. Zhu Yuxuan and the others were silent when she wanted to continue to say something. Yi Tianyun added another sentence. Don't say anything more, bring me my reward. There's no point in forcing it. I won't say it. Little Zhu, go and bring the reward. Our star pavilion isn't like this. Deacon Huang sighed and motioned Zhu Yuxuan to bring the reward. After Zhu Yuxuan took a deep look at Yi Tianyun, she turned around and went to get the reward. After a while, she came back with the reward and put it in the storage ring. After Yi Tianyun took a little check, there are indeed 15 sets of low-grade soul tool materials. Good. When Yi Tianyun saw so many sets of materials, he nodded with satisfaction. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. After that, he turned around and left. He didn't continue to stay here. Before leaving, his eyes flickered, and their favorability was shown in front of him. From the original 100 points of favorability, it instantly dropped to 20 points. It seems that even if the favorability is forcibly increased by the task, if something happens, it will drop in minutes. But when he saw a person, he suddenly froze. Among so many people in front of him, there is one person whose favorability did not drop, and that is Zhu Yuxuan. Favorability directly soared to 150 points. This made him feel strange. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, even if you want to find a backer, don't look for Qing Xian Mansion. Yi Tianyun walked 2 steps and suddenly stopped. Why? Zhu Yuxuan wondered. Because Qing Xian Mansion is about to be destroyed. After hearing Yi Tianyun's words, they were stunned on the spot. When he left, Deacon Huang and the others nodded and said in a deep voice, "He is quite arrogant. I wonder which big sect he is from. If the profound Azure Mansion is finished, then it would need to be at least a 3rd or 4th grade force to be able to eradicate it. Then should we believe him or follow him to see where he went?" Another deacon asked. As long as we find the direction, we can easily find him. The Earth boundary continent is quite large. Although the Star Pavilion is powerful, it does not mean that they can do everything. Otherwise, they will not be able to find him until now. In addition to the Earth boundary continent, there are other scattered continents in the heavenly boundary continent, so they have no idea where Zhu Yue is. Forget it. He is stronger than you. Can you follow him? And he has a blacksmith who can forge soul armaments. He is definitely a disciple of a big force. Maybe he can really destroy Qing Xian Mansion. I don't know how Qing Xian Mansion provoked them. Deacon Huang shook his head. Are we just going to let it go? Where is Zhu Yue? So what if Qing Xian Mansion is destroyed? What are we going to do? One of the deacons was very dissatisfied. We need to find a backer. Otherwise our family will be pushed out. I will go after him. Zhu Yuxuan gritted her teeth and quickly chased after him. Before they could say anything, Zhu Yuxuan had already run downstairs. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Let her be. Deacon Huang frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhu Yuxuan quickly chased after Yi Tianyun. She saw Yi Tianyun's figure from afar and quickly caught up with him. "Young master, wait." Yi Tianyun turned his head to look at her. What? He didn't think that Zhu Yuxuan would chase after him. "If you see my sister, give this to her." Zhu Yuxuan walked over and handed a jade pendant to Yi Tianyun. This is… Yi Tianyun looked at the jade pendant. It didn't look like much, but it was a fine piece of jade. It wasn't a treasure, but it wouldn't help with cultivation. This is the jade pendant that I always carry with me. Give it to my sister and tell her to never come back. Zhu Yuxuan bit her lips, and her eyes were red. It's our fault. Since I'm already in this state, I can't let my sister suffer. To be honest, I was the one who asked my sister to escape. What? Yi Tianyun was stunned. Zhu Yuxuan couldn't wait to catch his sister. Was it all an act? If Zhu Yuxuan didn't stop him, he would have told her where Zhu Yue was. After all, Deacon Huang didn't reveal the reason why she left. Just bring this jade pendant back. Zhu Yuxuan smiled. Tears fell from her eyes. Even if the Zhu family is destroyed, at least my sister is gone. Chapter 147. Yi Tianyun found a place to settle down, not too far away, just inside Tianjin City. He was not in a hurry to leave. 3 months is still quite long, so he was in a hurry along the way, so the situation is not too bad. It didn't take much time. He opened his hand and looked at the jade pendant in his hand, and sighed deeply. He finally knew why Zhu Yuxuan has a good impression of him. He has been concealing the news of Zhu Yuxuan, naturally can make her have a good impression, and not hostile to him. This is enough to prove that Zhu Yuxuan is not lying to him, but has been acting before. The play just now is too realistic, but if it is not realistic, how can those deacons believe it? Now he has enough reason to believe that Zhu Yue can't be found for so long, but because of interference. If it wasn't for the fact that the Earth border continent is too big, maybe they can find it by exploring occasionally. It is very likely that Zhu Yuxuan interfered with them, so they can't find it. But even she doesn't know where Zhu Yue went to keep this secret. The best way is to keep it a secret. At most, she knows that it is in the Earth border continent, but she naturally doesn't know the details. Could it be that Pavilion Master Z? No, Pavilion Master Zhu worked so hard for the Star Pavilion? Yi Tianyun was silent, thinking about it carefully. Zhu Yue is very persistent at that time. She was extremely eager to let him stay in order to stabilize her position, and then grasp the real power. If there is no real power, there is no right to speak. Then everything is in vain. Relying on outsiders is always meaningless. Only when I become stronger can I control everything. Yi Tianyun's eyes are cold. He now feels that he is still too weak, facing the pressure of Qingxian Mansion. He must force himself to become stronger quickly. If it is an ordinary cultivator, it is estimated that they would have already accepted their fate, but he is different, since he can be resurrected here. Then he will not admit defeat. Start refining. Sell everything for crazy points. Yi Tianyun took out the materials to refine a soul tool when he was ready to refine. The success rate is so low that it really makes him want to vomit blood. 20% success rate is really too low. He shook his head. It is similar to his previous estimate. Activate Luck Aura. After activating the Lucky Aura, the probability increased from 20% to 50%. Why isn't it a 100% success rate? Yi Tianyun was dumbfounded. His lucky halo should be able to increase his luck by 10 times, but in reality, there was no such thing as a 100% success rate. After further inspection, Yi Tianyun realized that the effect could only be so great. The success rate could only reach 50%. In the later stages, he could only rely on his own strength to increase his success rate. He could not rely on his luck alone to reach a 100% success rate. This is the same principle as in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. You can find the array core by luck, but without the corresponding level, you won't know how to crack it. Just relying on luck was not enough. Knowledge was also needed. Looks like the system is still fair. It won't do if you don't have the ability. Tianyan shook his head. Although it was a pity, he accepted it. If it was completely universal, it would be too heaven-defying. The success rate of crafting a heaven-level weapon is less than 10%. It would be ridiculous if the success rate was increased to 100% under the terrifying luck. This meant that those who didn't know much in the first place were forced to learn it. This was no longer luck, but foul play. Even so, a 50% success rate is already amazing. At least a 50% success rate is quite surprising. No, I still have the forging hammer. He remembered that he still has a little thing, a small hammer. After equipping it, the success rate suddenly increased from 50% to 60%. Very good little thing. Tianyun's eyes lit up. He has never used such a thing before. The main reason is that the success rate is 100%, so there is not much point in equipping it. But now that he thought about it, the effect is quite good after equipping it. Start crafting. Tianyun immediately began to refine, using immortal fire to melt the materials, and then continue to quench them. Ding! Successfully crafting low-grade soul tool. Reward: 10. 000 EXP. Proficiency plus 500. Finally, after refining for half a day, he successfully crafted a low-grade soul tool. 10. 000 EXP. Not bad. Tianyun's eyes lit up. The experience gained from crafting a soul tool is not bad, but it takes a long time. Otherwise, it would be a good way to cultivate. It takes half a day to successfully craft one. He can only craft 30 to 40 in a month. It is obviously not cost-effective. Let's see how much I can sell it for. Tianyun clicked on the inventory and chose to sell this low-grade soul tool. Suddenly, the system popped up a message. Price: 10. 000 crazy point. 10. 000 crazy point. Tianyun thinks it's okay. In the case of not killing monsters crazily, it's already very good to be able to sell a tool at this price. This method is not dangerous and relatively safe, but it is more time-consuming. After refining this batch, I'll go and see if there are any monsters nearby that I can kill. Tianyun decided to finish this batch first, and then upgrade to crazy mode. After that, he can go out and kill monsters to level up. After that, he continued to forge. There were successes and failures in forging soul armaments. Although the success rate was as high as 60%, there was still a chance of failure. Ding! Successfully upgraded immortal fire to earth level. Flame effect increased tenfold. Refining time and alchemy time reduced by half. Success rate increased. The next level requires 10. 000 proficiency. A piece of information that suddenly popped up made his spirit jolt. He had almost forgotten that the inextinguishable flame could be upgraded, because whether it is refining pills or weapons, it can only increase one proficiency, so he forgot about it for so long. He just completed the proficiency, and the effect that popped out surprised him. Not only the refining time is shortened, but also the success rate is increased. This immortal fire is really a good thing. No, as long as I upgrade it, the effect will definitely not be bad. Tianyun was pleasantly surprised. In this way, the refining time that originally took half a day can be successfully refined in less than half a day. Let's see how much the success rate has increased. He checked the situation and found that the success rate has increased to 80%. Another 2 levels, although not very high, but it is quite amazing. It's a pity that if I want to improve the proficiency of this thing, I need to have the same flame. In addition to buying it in the shop, there is really no other way to improve it. Tianyun shook his head, looking at the 10. 000 crazy point in the shop. He can only silently shake his head. Chapter 148. With the earth-grade inextinguishable flame, the speed at which he refined the weapon increased, especially the success rate. 15 sets of materials were refined in a few days. It would have taken more than 10 days before, but now it has been shortened to a few days. I'm selling them all. Itianyun didn't hesitate and sold the 12 sold tools in one go, 3 of which failed and broke. When all of them were sold, the value of Crazy Point jumped to more than 1 million. His heart jumped. Enough for 1 million. When he saw the value, he was very excited. He finally reached 1 million Crazy Point. This is a value that was unimaginable before, but now it is abruptly reached. Level up. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to level up Crazy Mode. This is the most important divine skill. Not only can it increase damage, but also increase experience. There are other scattered effects, but they all have great advantages. Ding, deducting 1 million Crazy Point. Successfully leveled up Crazy Mode to level 3. Crazy Mode level 3. All effects enhanced to 8 times, can selectively enhance damage. Experience multiplier. Due to leveling up to level 3, proficiency multiplier increased by 2 times. Consumes 1,000 Crazy Point per minute. The next level requires 10 million Crazy Point. Itianyun was happy. The effect has been enhanced to 8 times, the same as the previous calculation. At this rate, the next level is 16 times. A full 16 times damage, or experience, is crazy enough. Now there is another effect that is to increase proficiency by 2 times. It is also a pleasant surprise. He has enough reason to believe that there will be more times in the future, or other modes will be added, such as Crazy Point doubling mode. These are all possible. 1,000 Crazy Point per minute. It is more cost-effective than Lucky Aura. When Itianyun saw the amount of Crazy Point consumed, it is actually not a big problem. Consuming 1,000 Crazy Point per minute is not a big problem. Lucky Aura is calculated in seconds, while Crazy Mode is calculated in minutes. Of course, it is more cost-effective. Right, there are still 10 lottery draws. Let's finish them all. Immediately, Itianyun immediately opened the lottery roulette because the rewards above are not so tempting to him, so he basically doesn't draw anymore. Of course, he would be more than happy to give it to him in exchange for lottery chances. Very quickly, he finished the 10 lucky draws and obtained many things, but they were all experience pills, some weapons, and some defensive equipment. There were no divine skills at all. Either he didn't have the corresponding godly skill, or he couldn't draw it. They're all relatively ordinary stuff. It's a pity that I didn't get life this time. He was basically indifferent to the items in the lottery. They were not very useful to him. As a spirit core stage cultivator, what else did he need? In particular, the standard of these items was relatively low. They were all common iron-grade weapons and armor, which were not very useful to him at all. He nodded, feeling that it was about time to go out and gather some information. He had been in this room for a whole week. When he walked down the stairs, he heard the discussion before he even walked down the stairs. I don't know what's going on, but many experts from the Qingxian mansion have been dispatched. I saw 7 or 8 giant eagles, but I don't know where they went. I heard that they are going to seek revenge. It seems that some sect killed their disciple, and now they are going to seek revenge. What? Which sect is so powerful that they dare to go against the Qingxian mansion? The Holin was talking about this matter, and it was quite lively. Itianyun's face changed, and he quickly came in front of them. He slapped a gold ingot on the table and said in a deep voice, "Who knows the current situation of the Qingxian mansion? Tell me, and this gold ingot is yours." The faces of the guests who were slapped on the table darkened, and they felt that Itianyun was very rude. But when they saw the gold ingot, their eyes suddenly lit up. I know. One of the cultivators immediately stood up and said, "I know the situation. The one who provoked the Qingxian mansion is a 3rd-grade sect, and they are very strong. It seems that they killed the elder of the Qingxian mansion. What do you know? If you don't know, then don't talk nonsense. I heard that it is a first-grade sect who provoked the Qingxian mansion, and it seems that they killed the elder of the Qingxian mansion. That's why they sent so many experts. How can a first-grade sect kill the elder of the Qingxian mansion? Aren't you talking nonsense? It is at least a third-grade sect who can kill the elder of the Qingxian mansion. The two of them began to quarrel. They didn't believe that a first-grade sect could kill the elder of the Qingxian mansion. The elder of the Qingxian mansion was at least at the spirit core stage. So, how could a first-grade sect kill him? Unless the elder was lying on the ground, and they could kill him at will. You tell me. Tianyun pointed at the cultivator, who said that a first-grade sect killed the elder. Let me tell you, the cultivator said excitedly, I just heard that a first-level faction offended the profound Azure Mansion. That's about it. That's all. When did this happen? Tianyun asked. It happened a few days ago. Today, people from the Qingxian Mansion started to go to the Earth border continent. I don't know what they are going to do. The cultivator said hurriedly. It happened a few days ago. Tianyun's face darkened. He thought that he would have 3 months to prepare. But now, in less than a month, they have already started to move. This was too fast. He was silent for a while, then turned around and said, This gold ingot is yours. After that, he disappeared from the door. The cultivator was stunned at first, then immediately picked up the gold ingot and said ecstatically, Great, this gold is mine. How is this possible? You are talking nonsense. How can a first-grade sect kill the elder of the Qingxian mansion? I am not talking nonsense. This is what I heard. I don't know if it is true or not, but anyway, he believed me. They began to quarrel, not believing each other's words. No matter how they quarrel, Tianyun can no longer hear them, and hurriedly rushed out of the city. Things have changed a bit. The reaction speed is a bit faster, but it will take a while to find the heavens immersing ancient ruins. Tianyun thought about it. This can be said that the plan cannot keep up with the changes. 3 months' time has been compressed to 1 month. At most, he can wander outside for half a month. In half a month, he can definitely find the hiding place of Jade Palace in Qingxian Mansion, but he can't wander outside at will. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. If something really happened, then it would really be over. When he quickly retreated, someone immediately looked at his figure and wanted to chase after him. But in the end, they retreated back to Star Pavilion. Elder Huang, that person has already left. It seems that he inquired about the news of Qingxian Mansion, and then quickly left. The whole Heavenly New City is full of spies, so they know every move of Tianyun, and they know everything he does. After knowing the news of Qingxian Mansion, he immediately left. Elder Huang squinted. If it was before, we should have guessed that he has something to do with Qingxian Mansion, but now it seems that it doesn't matter. Then, it has something to do with Jade Palace. Is he from Jade Palace? But that's not right. Jade Palace is just a first-grade sect. How can there be such a young male disciple? Their information is limited. From the previous reminder of Tianyun, they can determine that it has nothing to do with Qingxian Mansion. If it has something to do with Qingxian Mansion, then it is absolutely impossible to say that Qingxian Mansion will be destroyed. What do we do now? The guard next to him asked. Investigate Jade Palace in detail. Elder Huang said solemnly, I want to see if Zhu Yue is in Jade Palace. Chapter 149. Search them. They must not have gone far. Kong Haotian, the leader of the core condensation realm cultivators, glanced sharply at the forest in front of him. Looking at the dense forest, it's definitely a good place to hide people. Under this leader's command, dozens of spirit refinement realm cultivators around him quickly searched around. No matter which corner is carefully searched, they won't miss any corner. The whole forest is no longer peaceful. It's full of murderous aura, coupled with the solidified ice and snow around. It's scary. Fortunately, there is only a group of cultivators here. If the disciples of Jade Palace are here, they will definitely be shocked by this murderous aura. Inside a cave, they sense the heavy footsteps coming from above their heads. The Jade Palace disciples hiding in the cave panicked. Their faces were full of panic. They were very afraid of the vibration. "Elder, are we safe hiding here?" One of the female disciples asked worriedly. "It shouldn't be a problem. As long as we don't dig up the entire ground, they won't be able to discover our secret passageway, even if we dig another 20 to 30 feet. Great Elder Mou tightly clenched the sword in her hand. Her expression looks calm, but her heart is already a little panicked. There are not many disciples hiding in the secret passage, just a few disciples. The purpose of coming out is very simple. That is to contact the people of Wind Pavilion so that they can bring back some food. After all, there are so many people in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, there is no way to farm, so it's impossible to be self-sufficient. They must come out to buy food. If they want to buy a lot of rations at once, they can't buy it in a short time. Under normal circumstances, their Jade Palace is self-sufficient, plus a little bit of food is transported back. At most, they can store a few days of food, rarely a month of food. Even if they let the store to prepare, it's impossible to prepare so much food at once. Who could prepare rations for hundreds or even thousands of people for a few months at a time? So after they explained, they came out to choose a remote area to trade. They didn't expect Qingxian Mansion to send people to investigate. They quickly evacuated, but in the process of evacuation, they were still seen. Great Elder Mo, you can definitely escape, but her disciples can't escape. She can't leave them alone. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a vibration above their heads. It was obvious that they were approaching. They had simply covered the entrance of the cave. Although they couldn't see anything from the outside, they would definitely be found if they continued to search. Let's continue looking at this side. The sound was getting closer and closer. There were a lot of disciples outside the Qingxian Mansion. There were even 2 core condensation experts. It would be impossible for Great Elder Mou to deal with them alone. "Great Elder, what should we do?" They all trembled, revealing expressions of fear. Great Elder Mou showed a sad expression, sighed deeply, and said, "We can't avoid this disaster. This may be our Jade Palace's great disaster." Dong, dong, dong. Violent footsteps could be heard from above, and every single one of them pounded on their hearts, causing their breathing to become incomparably heavy. As they got closer and closer, they knew that if they continued to wait here, they would undoubtedly die. Especially since they only have one exit, it's even more impossible for them to escape. Later, we'll sneak out from the exit. If we can escape, we'll be lucky. If we're really caught, I hope you'll be more resolute. Great Elder Mo, you painfully closed her eyes. The resoluteness in her words was akin to suicide. If they were caught alive, they would definitely be greatly humiliated. "We will." The female disciples showed a resolute look. Although they don't want to die, it's better than being humiliated. Soon after, Great Elder Mo brought them to the exit, and after making a hole, they quickly ran up. Only after Great Elder Mo saw that there was no one around did she bring the disciples out of the tunnel and quickly escape. Who knows, just after a few steps, they were immediately discovered, and a roar came, "They are here!" With this roar, the surrounding people have rushed over, completely blocking their escape route. There is nowhere to escape. "Elder of Jade Palace, why are you in such a hurry?" "The elders and deacons we sent are gone. I don't know what's going on. Can you tell us?" Kong Haotian's face is grim. The people they sent are gone, and Jade Palace is empty. There is no doubt that they ran away. As for why they evacuated, there is no doubt that they must have done something wrong. They immediately began to search the mountain, looking around, and sure enough, they found some people, and they are elder level. Clang! Many disciples have drawn their sword. Sword light flashed, but facing so many powerful enemies, they feel that it is difficult to attack. Especially there are 2 strong core condensation cultivators around, and there are many spirit refinement cultivators. They can escape. I don't know what happened to them. It has nothing to do with us. Great Elder Mo, you naturally won't admit anything, looking at them coldly. It has nothing to do with you. Do you think we will believe this explanation? Kong Haotian sneered and said, You must have used some method to kill them or imprison them. No matter what the reason is, either you choose to come with us, or we will forcibly capture you. They were ice cold. If they were to surrender without a fight, then everything would be over. What are you doing? At this time, Zhu Yue hurried over with her people. She originally came to meet with Great Elder Mou. She prepared a lot of food. Vaguely, she noticed that there is something wrong with Jade Palace, and now it seems that they have provoked the behemoth Qing Xian Mansion. It turned out to be Pavilion Lord Z of Wind Pavilion. I don't know what problem you have. Kong Haotian said solemnly, If there is no problem, please leave quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite. Pavilion Lord Z, the opposite side is Qing Xian Mansion. We should evacuate. The elder next to her hurriedly persuaded. Qing Xian Mansion is much stronger than Jade Palace. Zhu Yue's eyes are cold, suddenly pulled out her spirit sword, pointed at the people of Qing Xian Mansion, and said angrily, Go! Roar! Her trusted subordinates immediately moved, and the guards with her completely obeyed her order, and followed in one fell swoop. The elder next to her face is black, and hurriedly led his people to the back. You dare to fight against Qing Xian Mansion. I will now expel you from Wind Pavilion. From now on, you have nothing to do with Wind Pavilion. The elder quickly evacuated with his people and shouted loudly. His face is full of horror. Zhu Yue ignored him and directly led the guards to kill the people of Qing Xian Mansion. You guys quickly escape this way. Zhu Yue's beautiful eyes flashed. We will escape together. The battle has already begun. Yi Tianyun is rushing here, riding on the black dragon, is extremely fast on the way to Qing Xian Mansion people. There is no doubt that he will kill them. I hope I can make it in time. Don't let anything happen. Yi Tianyun's face is getting more and more gloomy. His cultivation has improved a lot, but he still feels very small. Chapter 150. Zhu Yue helped Great Elder break out of the encirclement, which made them stunned. No one thought that the Pavilion Lord of Wind Pavilion would choose to help them break out of the encirclement. This means that they are going against Qing Xian Mansion. This is simply courting death. Pavilion Lord Z, Great Elder, doesn't know what to say. Let's go. Young Master Yi has helped me so much. I didn't choose to help him before. That's because my power is too weak. But this time it's different. I have the corresponding power. I can mobilize the corresponding power. The most important thing is to follow my heart. Zhu Yue's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She is such a person who knows how to repay kindness. The most important thing is to stay in Wind Pavilion. She is tired of staying there. In addition to being a puppet, she can't do anything she wants. She knows that Wind Pavilion has its own difficulties, so she has to do it herself. But this is against Qing Xian Mansion. Great Elder felt that her brain is not enough to process. Because young Master Yi is my friend, and Jade Palace has always been cooperating with us. So if there is any difficulty, we will definitely help you. Zhu Yue smiled indifferently. She is ready to go all out. Great Elder knows that Zhu Yue can help them. In fact, because of Yi Tianyun, she chose to go all out to help them. But is it really worth risking her life for this? Whether it is worth it or not, it depends on what Zhu Yue thinks. If Yi Tianyun is here, seeing Zhu Yue's favorability towards him will definitely break through to more than 200 level. Well, as long as we can survive this time. Pavilion Lord Z will be the most distinguished guest of our Jade Palace. Let's go, let's fight them. Great Elder roared, waved her sword, and rushed towards Kong Haotian not far away. She wants to take the lead and kill them all. Unexpectedly, just as Kong Haotian swung his sword, Kong Haotian sneered. He flew up, raised the large saber in his hand, and slammed it down heavily. A terrifying power burst out, and a sharp saber light descended from the sky, pressing down heavily. There is nowhere to escape. The murderous aura instantly targeted Great Elder, making her unable to escape. Obviously, there is an empty space around her, but she is locked. There is a feeling that she can't escape. Open for me. The Great Elder swung the long sword in his hand with all his might, and quickly blocked the attack. A thin sword against a large saber. Just in terms of weapons alone, it didn't have the upper hand, nor did it have the upper hand in terms of cultivation. Clang! The Great Elder swung her sword to block, but she was sent flying back by the saber. The sword in her hand had a nick on it, and under the recoil, the blood in her body churned. The terrifying shockwave caused her to suffer internal injuries. Great Elder! The battle had just begun, but the Great Elder was already injured, causing their morale to plummet. Without the Great Elder, how were they supposed to break through? What a domineering power! The first Elder felt his blood and chi churning, and he almost couldn't stand steadily. He was extremely shocked. If this continued, everything would be over. You dare to attack me with this level of skill? All of you, capture him alive. Those who resist will be killed. Kong Haotian sneered and took the lead to rush forward. The other disciples stood in front of the Great Elder, the swords in their hands trembling uncontrollably. Just this terrifying killing intent was enough to cause them great psychological pressure. How could they fight? Open for me. At this time, Zhu Yue flashed over, took out a pile of things from her storage ring, and threw them forward. A pile of black things shrouded the front, and the next moment, a rumble sound was heard, as if the world was about to collapse. This is sky thunder. The Great Elder and the other disciples were shocked. This Zhu Yue came prepared. She prepared so many sky thunder. It was enough to make them suffer. Let's go. Zhu Yue gritted her teeth and continued to lead them to break through the encirclement. The profound Azure Mansion's disciples who were trying to surround them were blown away by the explosion, and they took this opportunity to escape. Son of a bitch, she even used sky thunder. That bitch, catch her for me. I will let her know what it means to live a life worse than death. Kong Haotian roared and chased forward. Ning Chuan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. Ning Chuan, who was guarding on the side, looked at them coldly. He is also a core condensation cultivator. Kong Haotian, your level has fallen. You can't even suppress this group of bitches. I thought you can do it. It seems that you are still too weak. Ning Chuan coldly snorted. A long sword was released by him. The next moment it turned into a silver light, rolling towards them. The cold killing intent, like a round of silver moonlight, appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. He waved his long sword and hooked it towards the Great Elder's neck, not knowing when the long sword in his hand has been bent, turned into a scythe. The Great Elder, who has the strongest cultivation, quickly waved her sword to block the scythe. Dang, Pucci! The silver light flashed. The Great Elder's head is still there, but the scythe still left a deep wound on her shoulder. Great Elder! They all exclaimed. The blood on the Great Elder's arm kept flowing. Almost her whole arm was cut off. Phew! The Great Elder's face is pale. The severe pain almost made her faint. Without the strongest combat power, they can't break out of here. Again, Zhu Yue once again took out the sky-piercing thunder, and quickly smashed it to the side. Under the violent explosion, the front was smashed again. Go! Zhu Yue took the lead and rushed forward. Now she can only be the vanguard. But after a few steps, a silver light flashed, and a sharp sickle appeared on her neck. The cold air penetrated through the short distance of a few centimeters and seeped into her neck, causing her to shiver. Continue to run? Ning Chuan sneered. Sky-piercing thunder is quite powerful. I want to see how you throw it this time. Immediately after, he gave her a backhand slap, but Zhu Yue quickly blocked it. Her whole body was slapped away, and she even rolled on the ground a few times. Oh, your reaction speed is quite good. Ning Chuan looked at Zhu Yue up and down and smiled. Your body is not bad. Wait for me to catch you. Let me take care of you. Zhu Yue's face is pale. Her storage ring flashed, and a long sword fell into her hand. She didn't hesitate to stab herself. The disciples of Jade Palace also raised the long sword in their hands, ready to commit suicide. Dang! Ning Chuan swept over and knocked their weapons away. You want to commit suicide? No way. Even if you commit suicide, I will strip your clothes and then hang your body on the city gate. Let's see if you dare to commit suicide. Ning Chuan sneered. Their faces are pale. If this is really the case, they won't be able to rest in peace. Despicable, Zhu Yue said with a pale face. Despicable, I like it. At this time, Kang Haotian came over. I didn't expect Wind Pavilion to participate in this mess. No, it has nothing to do with us. At this time, the elder of Wind Pavilion hurriedly explained. This is her own business. It has nothing to do with us. You can do whatever you want to her. It has nothing to do with us. You said you want to build a good relationship with Jade Palace. Now you are worse than a dog. Zhu Yue said disdainfully. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a lord of Qingqing Mansion. You are an idiot. Letting you be the pavilion master is a wrong choice. The elder said angrily, Let me punish this idiot on behalf of Wind Pavilion. Then he took out a big sword, ready to kill Zhu Yue personally. Wrong choice. I don't think so. An evil voice came out from the forest with a gloomy face. Chapter 151. Yi Tianyun's figure appeared in their line of sight. At this critical moment, he finally rushed back. It should be said that he didn't rush back, but he saw them on the way, so he quickly flew down. You are Yi Tianyun. When the elder of Wind Pavilion saw Yi Tianyun, his heart trembled. What Yi Tianyun? Ning Chuan and the others were confused. They had no idea who Yi Tianyun was. Suddenly, a flame rolled down from the sky. Kang Haotian felt a sense of danger coming from above his head. He quickly looked up, but it was too late. He was immediately engulfed by the flame. With a scream, he was burned into a pile of ash. Roar! The black dragon descended from the sky, and its huge figure shrouded the area. Its domineering dragon's might swept out in all directions, shocking everyone. How could a black dragon appear? This was a mythological beast. Qingxian Mansion, I didn't expect you to react so quickly. I'd like to see how many people you've sent this time. No matter how many people you send, I'll kill them all. Yi Tianyun sneered. Kill them all? The black dragon roared angrily. Following Yi Tianyun's instructions, he pounced to the side. Terrifying speed, terrifying strength. In one fell swoop, easily killing a group of disciples. Ding successfully killed Qingxian Mansion disciple, gained 1,400 EXP, 150 crazy point, 1 SBS. Ding successfully killed the disciple of Qingxian Mansion, obtained. They all turned into EXP and flowed into Yi Tianyun's body. How can you control a black dragon? Ning Chuan was dumbfounded. This black dragon's power is very terrifying. He can feel that this black dragon's cultivation has reached the late stage of core condensation. Their cultivation level is simply not comparable to it. Their cultivation is not low, but they are only at 4th level core condensation. Compared to the black dragon's cultivation, they are naturally far behind. Everyone else looked at this black dragon in shock. Whatever words they wanted to say were stuck in their throats, and they couldn't even say half a word. You don't need to know this. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed, stepped forward, and suddenly flashed in front of Ning Chuan, and with a backhand slap, Ning Chuan didn't even have time to react. He was slapped hard, and several of his teeth fell out. Yi Tianyun helped Zhu Yue up and smiled softly. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. By the way, your sister asked me to bring you a jade pendant. Yi Tianyun took out the jade pendant given by Zhu Yuxuan and put it in Zhu Yue's hand. When Zhu Yue saw the jade pendant, her body trembled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. You've seen my sister before? Yes, we can talk about this later. Yi Tianyun turned to look at the elder of Wind Pavilion and said in a deep voice, Do you want to kill him? The elder of Wind Pavilion collapsed to the ground. His face was pale. When he saw Yi Tianyun came back with a black dragon, he didn't even have the courage to run away. Pavilion Master Z, I also have my own difficulties. That elder hurriedly explained. Zhu Yue's eyes were gloomy. Before this elder wanted to kill her personally. If it wasn't for Yi Tianyun's return, she might have been killed by him. Even if you have a lot of difficulties, you still want to kill me personally. This is a good reason. When I am useful, everyone tries to please me, but when I am useless, they just abandon me. I hate this kind of person the most. Young master, help me catch him. Zhu Yue said coldly. I'm happy to help. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. The next moment, his figure swept past the elder. His speed was so fast that no one could see his figure. The next moment, he appeared in front of the elder, turned around and kicked him. Bang! The elder was kicked flying and vomited blood. I'll leave him to you. You can do whatever you want, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Zhu Yue took out her long sword and looked at the elder coldly. I have been tolerating you for a long time. Finally, I can kill you with my own hands. Z, Pavilion Master Z, no, don't do this. You forget we are so good to you. When you were helpless, we took you in. The elder kept trying to persuade her. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't do it. Really, you took me in, but you kept trying to squeeze my value. At first, you even wanted to marry me to Wing Sex Sovereign. You are a group of scum. You only think about yourselves. If there's any value in it, they will immediately abandon it. Young Master E is the best example. When there's value in it, everyone will say that they will protect him, but once there's any danger, they will immediately abandon him. What a bunch of trash. After that, she waved the long sword in her hand and stabbed the elder fiercely. Because the elder couldn't move, he was pierced by the long sword. You? The elder's eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. After she personally killed him, she closed her eyes gently. She felt that everything was free. She was completely free from Wind Pavilion. Whoever dares to move will be the first to die. Yi Tianyun suddenly shouted and looked up with a cold gaze. The black dragon at the side let out a roar that resounded through the clouds. Many disciples who wanted to escape trembled and lost the courage to escape. When Yi Tianyun passed by Zhu Yue, he reached out and patted her shoulder gently, then continued to walk forward and came in front of Ning Chuan. What news did you receive this time that you chose to come here? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Don't even think about getting any information from me. The next moment, Yi Tianyun threw a flame covering Ning Chuan. In a blink of an eye, Ning Chuan was burnt to a crisp. Ding! Successfully killed Ning Chuan, gained 120. 000 EXP, 2,300 crazy points. High-grade spirit tool netherworld hook, gained 20 sin points. Don't worry, I never intended to get any information from you. And the sin points are 20. This is really ruthless. You must have done a lot of evil in your life. Tianyun's eyes are cold, and immediately dragged a disciple and said, "What about you? Are you willing to tell me the general situation?" We don't know what happened. The flames suddenly covered him, and then he was thrown aside by Tianyun, and then continued to grab another disciple. "What about you?" Tianyun looked indifferent, but no one doubts that he won't do it. We saw Elder Wei, and the others didn't come back for so long. Something must have happened. Then there happened to be disciples in the Earth border continent, so we came to investigate, and found that Jade Palace is gone. The elders guessed that something bad must have happened, so they immediately sent people here. This disciple is very afraid of death. No one wants to die, so he said it out loud. How many people did they send this time? Tianyun said, "Basically all the elders are dispatched." The disciple hurriedly said, afraid that Tianyun will kill him. "All the elders are dispatched, including the mansion lord?" Tianyun said solemnly. This should be the case." The disciple said, "Where did they go?" Tianyun asked. "They went straight to the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. Someone saw the disciples of Jade Palace going that way." Qingxian Mansion, disciple hurriedly explained. Chapter 152. Roughly, Tianyun already knows the ins and outs of the situation. He knows why they are moving so fast. It turns out that there are disciples nearby. In that case, there is no other way. For these reasons, in just a short period of 1 month, they have already killed their way to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. This means that they have begun to destroy heaven's immersing ancient ruins. Otherwise, how can they swallow this humiliation? "Very well, I am very satisfied with your answer. You can go." Tianyun threw him to the side, indicating that he can leave. After the disciple was put down, he trembled and walked a few steps forward, then looked back, and hurriedly fled. The other companions nodded and quickly retreated as well. Just after a few steps, the black dragon stepped on them and spewed out a hot flame, burning them to ashes. Screams continued to come, and then there is no breath. The disciple who just wanted to leave saw his companion was burned to ashes. His eyes showed fear. "It's okay, you can go, but they can't." Tianyun expression is indifferent, and immediately said to the other disciples of Jade Palace, "Everyone, if you want to kill him, then do it, otherwise he will slip away." At this time, they quickly caught up with him. Tianyun promised not to kill him, but it doesn't mean they can't kill him. You broke your promise." The disciple screamed, but he was still killed by the disciples of Jade Palace. After killing this disciple, their pretty face became red, not because of excitement, but more because of hatred. It's not that they are ruthless, but these people are too cruel. Every move they make is to kill. Their eyes are full of filth. Needless to say, after being captured, they know what they will do to them. Keeping promises is for people, not beasts. Tianyun eyes are cold. Immediately came in front of Great Elder, took out a pill and put it in her mouth. Let her recover quickly. "Great Elder, thank you for your hard work." Tianyun said in a low voice, "Where are the palace mistress and the others?" "You're finally back. Palace master and the others are fine. They're all in the heavens immersing ancient ruins. We've been out for a few days now. I believe it's, as the disciples said, we've been surrounded. If this continues, I'm afraid the heavens immersing ancient ruins won't be able to hold on any longer." The Great Elder coughed a few times. His face slightly regained some color. "Don't worry, leave that side to me. As long as there is no core transformation stage cultivator, I can suppress them." Etienne's eyes were filled with coldness. With the 8 times crazy mode, it was enough for him to go crazy. Is this really possible? The great elder's eyes were filled with surprise. As long as the opponent wasn't a core transformation stage cultivator, he would be able to suppress them. No problem. Etienne smiled and came to Zhu Yue. Your sister asked me to tell you not to go back. It's the Zhu family that let you down. In an instant, Zhu Yue's tears gushed out. She grabbed Etienne's arm and said with a trembling voice, Sister really said that? Yes. She also said that she was the one who helped you escape? Etienne asked. Yes, it was Sister who asked me to escape. I didn't want to leave at that time. I wanted to be like Sister, willing to sacrifice myself for the Star Pavilion. Sister also lied to me, saying that in the future, there will be no problem. I don't have to suffer. But now, she told me not to go back. Her tears were getting more and more. Her voice became sobbing. Etienne was startled after listening to this. So, this is the truth. He thought that Zhu Yue was so bold, but it turns out that she was already prepared to sacrifice herself to strengthen the Zhu family. In fact, Zhu Yuxuan told her to escape, lying to her that things will get better in the future. Otherwise, Zhu Yue really wouldn't have escaped. It's okay. After everything is done, we'll go back together to see the situation. Etienne said indifferently, they originally wanted to marry you to Qing Xian Mansion. If I destroy Qing Xian Mansion, let's see who else will dare to make trouble for. In his heart, he has already regarded Zhu Yue as one of his own. The desperate action just now has gained his trust. Zhu Yue herself is a very principled person. As long as someone helped her, she will go through fire and water. She will help them. Zhu Yue nodded. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. Sister is working too hard. She has to bear everything. I can see that. She really worked hard for you. Etienne sighed deeply. He misunderstood at that time, but now it seems that the misunderstanding is really deep. After a few simple words, Etienne said, You guys find a place to hide. I'll go to the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. Leave the rest to me. They know that they can't help Etienne. They will only be a burden, so they can only find a place to hide. Then be careful. You must put your own safety first. I believe that even if Jade Palace perishes this time, but with your existence, it will definitely rise again. Great Elder's eyes flashed. She believes that Etienne can lead Jade Palace to glory. It's not just her. Even all the disciples of Jade Palace think so. They feel that Etienne can lead them to glory, so they will never surrender, never give up. Jade Palace will not perish, not this time, not in the future. Etienne smiled indifferently, sat on the black dragon, and flew away. They looked at the figure disappearing into the sky, and their hearts are full of hope. After a while, Etienne's cultivation has been greatly enhanced, and he also has a black dragon. Under his leadership, how can Jade Palace become weak? Young master, be careful. Zhu Yue looked at his back, tightly holding the jade pendant in her hand. She didn't expect Etienne to see her sister. After Etienne left, he quickly began to fly to the heavens, immersing ancient ruins, which is not far from here, and with the speed of the black dragon, he will arrive soon. When he was ready to approach, he quickly fell from the air and disappeared into the forest. He is not in a hurry to kill them. Immediately, he secretly observed the situation from behind, and then choose a sneak attack. Everything must be done cautiously. After all, the other party is coming out in full force. It is obviously not rational to kill them alone. First, he needs to see the situation clearly and then make a plan. Moreover, a surprise attack was a great bargaining chip. Hence, as soon as he landed, he immediately activated his stealth skill. His figure blended into the forest, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Chapter 153. Yi Tianyan quickly approached the gate of heaven's immersing ancient ruins. As he gets closer, he can feel the powerful aura in front of him. Boom! A loud noise came. It seems that a terrifying power suddenly burst out. The sound is deafening. The ground is slightly shaking. It is enough to show that the power is quite amazing. Yi Tianyan frowned. He quickened his pace to get closer. The closer he gets, the more he feels the terrifying power. It seems that in order to break into heaven's immersing ancient ruins, they used some special method. When he got closer, he immediately saw a group of people at the gate of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, and the number is not small. So many spirit core, realm experts. Yi Tianyan frowned when he saw the situation in front of him. 8 spirit core realm experts stood in front of the gate of heaven's immersing ancient ruins, once again gathering terrifying energy, ready to bombard the stone gate. Their cultivation range from 2nd level spirit core realm to 8th level spirit core realm. The strongest among them must be the Mansion Lord of Qing Xian Mansion. The Mansion Lord of Qing Xian Mansion came in person. This treatment is really good. Obviously, he is completely enraged. Behind him are core condensation realm experts. The number is as high as 30. The lowest level is spirit refinement realm cultivators. The number is as high as 100. More than a dozen spirit core realm experts, more than 30 core condensation realm experts, and hundreds of spirit refinement realm cultivators. This is a number that no sect in the Earth border continent can reach. This is the power of Qing Xian Mansion. The most important thing is that for Jade Palace, they actually sent out all of their forces. Isn't this a bit too much? This is equivalent to killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It is too much. It seems that this gate can't hold for long. Yi Tianyan saw that the gate is in a terrible state, but the gate is still strong. He doesn't know how long this stone gate can withstand the bombardment of so many spirit core realm experts. The mark engraved on it is still clearly visible, faintly glowing with a faint golden light, strong enough to withstand so many terrifying bombardment. He can't help but admire the strength of Spirit King Xian Tian's formation. But no matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand a prolonged bombardment. With so many Spirit Core Stage powerhouses taking turns after the Spirit Core Stage powerhouses finish, it will be the Core Condensation Stage powerhouses' turn. They don't believe that with this kind of attack, they won't be able to break the door. Prepare for the next round of attacks. A middle-aged man said coldly. He was the mansion master of Qing Xian Mansion, Qing Tianxian, and he had the highest cultivation among them. I don't believe that this door can last long. Qing Tianxian sneered. You killed our elder and hid in the heavens, immersing ancient ruins. Do you think we can't do anything to you? He could use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the forces of the Earth boundary continent. Originally, I didn't dare to come here because of the rules. Now, you've given me a very good excuse. There was a set of rules in the heavenly boundary continent, and that was that no one could invade the earthly boundary continent at will. After all, the gap between the two continents was too big, so they couldn't invade at will. This could easily lead to a great calamity, which was something they did not wish to see. But they can send people over and let 1 or 2 forces become their puppets, which can also play a role in ruling. This rule is actually a decoration. A little excuse can be broken. Now, this is the case, saying that Jade Palace challenged the majesty of Qing Xian Mansion, killed their elder, and used this as an excuse to kill them, and used this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the surrounding forces. The forces of the heavenly boundary continent knew what Qing Xian Mansion was thinking, but they didn't say anything. As long as it has nothing to do with them, they don't care. The death of an elder is very distressing, but compared to finding an excuse to invade their territory at will, this elder's death is worth it. Rumble! At this time, the stone door slowly opened. Qing Tianxian raised his hand, motioning them not to attack. squinted at the stone door that was slowly opened. His eyes were like a poisonous snake, entangled in front of the door. The stone door just opened a gap, and a few figures came out from inside. Aunt Tianyan trembled slightly when he saw the person who came out first. Shi Shuiyun came out with a long sword in her hand. Her original white clothes were already stained with blood, and her face was pale and terrible. It was obvious that she had experienced a great battle, and she suffered a lot of injuries. Seeing Shi Shuiyun coming out of the stone door, her pale face made his heart tremble. He didn't expect that after a few days, the former glorious Shi Shuiyun became like this. From the fluctuations of her aura, Tianyan clearly felt that her aura is very weak. She must have suffered a lot of injuries. This made him very angry, and he can't wait to kill these bastards. You've been hiding in there for a long time, finally willing to come out? I thought you would never come out. Qing Tianxian said solemnly. Palace Lord Shi, you killed our elder. I can let it go, but you have to hand over the murderer to me, plus you marry me, then I can let the matter of Jade Palace go. I can let it go? Of course. Jade Palace must become our subsidiary sect of Qing Xian Mansion. Until now, he is still obsessed with letting Shi Shuiyun marry him. His eyes looking at Shi Shuiyun are filled with a bit of possessiveness. As long as it's a genius female cultivator, he wants to possess her. That kind of desire to conquer is something he enjoys very much. Shi Shuiyun was silent. After glancing at everyone, she said, I will go with you. You let Jade Palace go. I said, you also need to hand over the murderer so that we can meet the conditions. Qing Tianxian said coldly, now is not the time to negotiate with me. Do you think you can rely on this broken ancient ruins to resist our attack? In a few days, this door will be broken by us, and then you will be at our mercy. At that time, it won't be as simple as becoming a subsidiary sect. You have to think about it clearly. They have an absolute advantage. Talking about conditions is the behavior of a fool. Only when the strength is similar, there will be conditions to negotiate. Once the balance is broken, all conditions and rules are bullshit. If that's the case, then die. Shi Shuiyun's beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light, suddenly holding a sword in front of her. Her momentum suddenly skyrocketed. The cultivation of spirit core broke out. Wherever she went, cold air spread, freezing a large area. Stay here and don't move. Before leaving, Shi Shuiyun said, Palace Lord, don't go, they are too strong. Changyan shouted anxiously. There are so many strong cultivators in front of her. If Shi Shuiyun chased after them, she will be surrounded. At that time it will be really difficult to escape. But Shi Shuiyun's white clothes fluttered. She turned a deaf ear and rushed forward. Her face is extremely cold. The temperature around her dropped a lot because of the cold air she released. Chapter 154. Qing Tianxian smiled when he saw Shi Shuiyun rushing out. He was afraid that Shi Shuiyun would not come out. What an idiot! I didn't expect you to come out. Catch her. Remember, don't kill her. Qing Tianxian sneered. The spirit core stage cultivators in front of them were already prepared. They rushed forward and surrounded Shi Shuiyun. Terrifying spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, forming into a net of light that enveloped the area they were in. This is a trap. The palace lord is in danger. The second elder was anxious and wanted to help, but he was stopped by the third elder. Don't go out. The palace lord just told us to stay here. The third elder was also anxious, but he chose to believe in Shi Shuiyun. The other old ancestors were standing behind them, watching the situation. They were ready to burst out their strongest power. In fact, no matter how much they burst out their power, it would be meaningless. They have made some progress in this period of time, but it was still limited. In the face of so many spirit core stage cultivators, they couldn't attack at all. She's going to unleash her latent power and go all out. The old ancestor beside him said in a low voice, "If she does this, her lifespan will be shortened. But there is no other way. As long as we can stall for time, the heavens immersing ancient ruins can recover." Yes, she forcibly increased her cultivation, which is already reducing her blood qi, otherwise she would not be able to compete with them. Shi Shuiyan was not a fool. She took the risk to come out to let the heavens immersing ancient ruins have a chance to recover. If she kept being attacked like crazy, she would not be able to withstand it. So she could only come out and continue to attack to buy more time. "Do you think you can escape this time? Catch her." Qing Tianxuan's eyes were cold, and his face was twisted. "Get out of here." Shi Shuiyan's face was flushed. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which dyed the entire blade red. The blood splashed back and left some plum blossoms on her white clothes. After spitting out this mouthful of blood, her aura instantly surged. She also took out the ice soul jade and completely fused with it. All of a sudden, her strength skyrocketed, and her cultivation was forcibly raised to level 2 of the spirit core stage. The cold attribute in the air suddenly gathered, and under her brandishing, the long sword in her hand seemed to be assimilated into a huge ice sword, and she waved it crazily. Under this crazy, continuous slash, the net of light that surrounded them was actually forcibly cut apart. It even forced a few elders to retreat. Some of them were frozen after coming into contact with this attack. This destructive energy caused Qing Tianxian to frown. He did not expect Shi Shuiyan to have such potential. The sudden eruption of power was so shocking. It was completely raised by several levels, but there is a price to pay. In order to use a more powerful killer move, she must consume the blood essence in her body. If she consumes too much, her cultivation will decline, and if it's serious, she will die. However, she did it without any hesitation. Apart from killing intent, there was no fear in her eyes. For the entire Jade Palace, she must do this, but there is no despair in her eyes, still full of hope, as if looking forward to something. In order to save Jade Palace, she forcibly raised her cultivation, which is a kind of taboo method. This is only a temporary improvement, but after that, it will lead to the side effect of the decline of cultivation. But no matter what the side effect is, she must use it, otherwise she will die. At this time, the elder who was sent flying cursed in his heart. This woman is too powerful. Her cultivation is lower than them, but she can suppress them. This scene shocked everyone. Shi Shuiyan's genius title is not just for show. The power brought by the limit is amazing. The power is terrifying, but Shi Shuiyan has also reached the limit. Her body has reached the limit. And now she forcibly used it. The consumption is even more amazing. Her face is as pale as paper. There is no trace of blood. And from the feeling of breath, it feels like the lamp is dried up and it will go out at any time. Palace Lord, retreat. At this time, the elders rushed out, trying to cover her escape. Shi Shuiyan gritted her teeth and flew back, but found that her body seems to be stuck in a swamp. She felt difficult to move. When she looked down, she found that she was already tied up by the net of light, and she was firmly stuck to it. Break! She waved the long sword in her hand, aimed at the light net, but she has no follow-up power, and slashed down heavily, but there is no effect. The net of light trapping her had completely trapped her. I said, "It is impossible to escape this time." Qing Tianxian sneered. He raised his leg and moved closer. His speed was neither fast nor slow, but he gave off a strong sense of oppression. What is this situation? Suddenly someone screamed. Attracting the attention of many people, they turned their heads to look, but all of them were shocked. Qing Tianxian turned his head back in dissatisfaction and said, "What the hell are you screaming for?" when he turned his head back to look. He was also shocked. The cultivators they brought unexpectedly fell down in large numbers. One by one, no one knows what happened. What the hell is going on? How can so many disciples die? Qing Tianxian was shocked. Many of the spirit refinement disciples and even the core condensation cultivators have fallen. Everything is silent. Many people do not know what happened. While they were distracted, a figure suddenly flashed past and silently arrived in front of Qing Tianxian. Then, a saber fiercely pierced over. A strong sense of crisis from the heart of Qing Tianxian, a backhand to resist, but everything seems to be a bit too slow. The ferocious dagger pierced through his palm, as if piercing a layer of paper, easily pierced his palm. When the dagger was about to pierce through, suddenly a dazzling light burst out from his chest, instantly forming a thick shield, bouncing the person who sneak attacked him. Bang! When the figure was bounced back, it turned in the air and rushed to the side of the spirit core stage cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the dagger in his hand was replaced by a long sword, fiercely slashed down. Boom! The whole person was easily split into two. The person did not even have the chance to scream. He was already dead, blood spurting out. When it completely fell, it has already stopped beside Shi Shuiyun, waved the sword, and cut the light net that tied her up. And I came back late. A familiar figure, a familiar voice, reflected in Shi Shuiyun's eyes. Chapter 155. Ding! Successfully killed Qing Xian Mansion Elder. Gained 580,000. 000 EXP. 11,000 Crazy Point. Gained Martial Art Netherworld Step, Transforming Heaven Palm. Obtained Snake Slaying Sword, Quintuple EXP card. Ding! Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 5th level Spirit Core Realm. While everyone's attention was focused on Shi Shuiyun, Yi Tianyun sneak attacked from behind. Using stealth and Scarlet Dagger, Yi Tianyun easily harvested everyone's life, coupled with the 8 times EXP card and 20 times EXP card. Yi Tianyun's EXP is increasing crazily. He even used 3 times Crazy Point card, so he can get 11,000 Crazy Point at once. He wanted to save Shi Shuiyun before, but he knew that it's not the right time yet. The only thing he can do now is to eliminate all the disciples behind him, which will undoubtedly be a lot safer. But he was still discovered. If he wasn't discovered, at least all the core condensation cultivators would have been killed by him. But now it's already terrifying. More than 30 core condensation cultivators were easily harvested by him like cabbages. From more than 30 core condensation cultivators to more than a dozen, how can this be described as miserable? Now, he even killed a spirit core realm cultivator, which is even more terrifying. Who are you? Qing Tianxian, and the others were shocked. How can a super strong cultivator suddenly appear out of nowhere? And the aura he exudes is not any weaker than them. If Qing Tianxian didn't have a top-grade magic weapon to protect himself, he would have been assassinated. Who am I? Am I not the one you mentioned that needs to be handed over? Yi Tianyun said as he stepped back, put Shi Shuiyun down, and signaled her to go back to the heavens immersing ancient ruins. It's the safest place. You are the strong cultivator who killed Elder Wei. They were shocked. The young man in front of them is only about 17 or 18 years old, but he is already a spirit core realm cultivator. They suspected that he is an old monster. Yes, it's me, Yi Tianyun sneered. Your Qing Xian mansion is extremely overbearing. Do you think that the entire continent belongs to you? Want to control our Jade Palace, but also want to occupy all of our disciples. This calculation is really loud. You want to control our Jade Palace and occupy all our disciples. This plan is really big. Yi Tianyun's return shocked everyone in Jade Palace. This terrifying aura let them know that Yi Tianyun's cultivation has skyrocketed again. Elder Yi is too powerful. Every time he goes out, his cultivation level increases by a lot. He seems to be at the spirit core stage. Elder E is late core condensation late stage. He was just a late stage core late stage. Saint stage sect Xian realm, and spirit Etion sect Ution realm stage is stage. Emperor, and they heart. Not to mention them, even the old ancestors are shocked. Sure, Shuiyan's breakthrough to spirit core realm is temporary, but Etion really broke through to spirit core realm, a cultivation that they can't touch. Impossible. You are so young. Which force do you belong to? Qing Tianxian is shocked and angry. So many of his disciples died. His heart is bleeding. It's really painful. Even if he wins this time, it will take a long time to recover. I am the elder of Jade Palace. I belong to Jade Palace. Yi Tianyun said coldly, "Today is the day you die. Don't even think about escaping." In the next moment, he waved his hand, and the black dragon descended from the sky and heavily pressed down on the remaining core condensation powerhouses. With a loud bang, many core condensation powerhouses were directly trampled to death or seriously injured by the huge body of the black dragon. Roar! The black dragon roared to the sky, releasing the dragon's might to the surrounding, shocking everyone. This is Black Dragon, divine beast. Qing Tianxian was shocked again. Sure Shuiyun and the others are also shocked. Before it was Snow Wolf, now there is a black dragon. How did he get it? At this time, Snow Wolf ran out of the palace. At this time, it is already bruised. It seems to be seriously injured. If it continues to be like this, it will die. Woo-woo. When Snow Wolf saw Tianyan, it limped over and finally lay in his arms. Snow Wolf! Tianyan's pupil shrank. He didn't expect his pet to be so seriously injured. He quickly gave it a pill and rubbed its head. "You worked hard. Take a good rest. When things are over, I will reward you." Woo-woo. Snow Wolf nodded and squinted its eyes. It is seriously injured. If it wasn't for this Snow Wolf, we would have been captured. It blocked a lot of attacks for me. Because of it, we were able to protect the heavens, immersing ancient ruins from falling. Sure Shuiyun felt guilty. She reached out and touched its head. If it wasn't for the improvement in its cultivation, it really couldn't withstand so many attacks from spirit core cultivators. After all, even if it doesn't get close to Tianyun, it can still gain experience. Now it is at level 2 of spirit core stage. It is quite amazing. Although its cultivation is good, it is still not as strong as Qingxian Mansion, plus it needs to protect Sure Shuiyun, so it can attack with full force. Well, it is time to end this. Tianyun is holding the sword of endlessness in his hand. It is shining with a strange light. This is a weapon he has never used before. Because it is too overbearing, there is no need to use it to deal with weak opponents. But to deal with them, he is not stingy. He walked out step by step. Step by step, the black dragon is constantly destroying the ruins, attracting several spirit core cultivators to encircle it. The black dragon's cultivation is not as strong as them, but its skin is too thick. When it was attacked, it is only a little bit injured, but it can still hold on for a while. 5 times EXP card. Use. Crazy 8 times damage mode. Activate. His aura suddenly exploded, and his combat power increased crazily. He didn't use crazy damage mode before, because he wanted to hide his aura. Otherwise, Qing Tianxian wouldn't have been able to block that sword earlier. 200,000, 300,000, 600,000, 800,000, 900,000, 450,000. In the end, his combat power stopped at 2,450,000. Under the effect of 8 times damage mode, his combat power suddenly increased to 2,450,000, far surpassing Qing Tianxian. Qing Tianquan's combat power is also not low. Under the appraisal, there is no place to hide. 670,000. Indeed worthy of being a palace lord. Combined with other treasures, His battle prowess is as high as 670,000. If his cultivation was still at core condensation stage, even if he burst out with 8x crazy mode, he still wouldn't be able to surpass Qing Tianxian. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the increase in combat power. For example, in his view, there is a difference of 20,000 to 30,000 between a third-level spirit core cultivator and a fourth-level spirit core cultivator. But in the fourth-level spirit core cultivator and the fifth-level spirit core cultivator, the difference is 40,000 to 50,000. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the combat power, so it is not surprising that Qing Tianquan's combat power is so strong. If he does not use crazy mode, the difference of 3 levels between the two of them is a full 100,000 to 200,000 combat power. However, by relying on the 8x crazy mode, he was already far more powerful than him. Chapter 156. This is the first time Tianyan has 45 million combat power, and he was shocked by it. This was the effect of multiplying by 8 times. His original battle power of more than 300,000 had increased by 8 times due to anger. With his battle power multiplied by 8 times, his battle power directly exploded to 45 million, directly crushing the opponent's battle power by 4 times. The simplest and most crude data comparison was so terrifying, completely crushing the mansion lord of the Qing Xian mansion. The strongest cultivator of the Qing Xian mansion was crushed by him. Who could stop him? If he hadn't upgraded crazy mode at that time, he could have easily defeated the mansion lord of the Qing Xian mansion with 4 times crazy mode. It was almost the same as he had expected. His cultivation had reached 4th level of spirit core stage with the help of crazy mode. As long as the opponent was not a core transformation stage cultivator, he could basically defeat them. Now that he had 8 times crazy mode, he could kill anyone who came. If he continued to upgrade crazy mode, he could reach 16 times damage. That would be really heaven-defying. He couldn't imagine what kind of power he would have when he used crazy mode. At least for now, he felt like he had mastered all the power in the world, and no one could resist his attack. Qing Xian Mansion, since you are so domineering, then I will be more domineering than you. Today, I will kill all of you, and next time, I will personally destroy your Qing Xian Mansion. Tianyan held the Endlessness Sword and walked forward step by step. His terrifying aura made the other spirit core stage cultivators tremble. They had never seen such a powerful aura. It was far beyond their imagination. This is the cultivation of spirit core stage. No, this is the aura of core transformation stage. This is so young, but he is already a core transformation stage cultivator. Where did this monster come from? What should we do now? Run! Run! They were trembling. If it wasn't for the mansion lord, they would have already run away. Qing Tianyan's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to meet such a strong cultivator. He didn't even need to fight to feel the difference in strength. This kind of difference could only be felt when facing a core transformation stage cultivator. Go! The next moment, Qing Tianxian turned around and fled without hesitation. His speed was faster than anyone else's, but while he was running, Tianyan had already turned into a streak of light that streaked across the sky and caught up to one of the elders. Without any hesitation, Tianyan brandished the Sword of Infinity in his hand and slashed at him. Damn it! The elder roared in anger. He didn't want to be hit by this sword. He turned around and swung his sword to block Tianyan's attack. Clang! The moment the two swords collided, the Sword of Infinity flickered with a bright light. The burst of light instantly intensified, double damage mode activated. Boom! Originally, the damage dealt was already terrifying enough. Suddenly triggering this damage mode, it instantly exploded. That elder was directly blown away by this terrifying force, his body exploding in midair. He didn't even touch the person, he just touched the weapon. However, the contact between the weapons caused the power to explode instantly. The violent energy fluctuations were enough to kill the other party. Ding! Successfully killed Qing Xian Mansion Elder. Reward: 680,000 EXP, 12,000 Crazy Point, 30 SBS. Obtained Martial Art, Netherworld Step, Heavenly Star Fist. The weapons obtained are Flaming Blade and Gale Shoes. On the original basis, Tianyan added 5 times EXP card, suddenly stacked up to 32 times EXP. Killing a strong cultivator can earn up to 680,000 EXP, which made Tianyan shocked. If he can earn this much in the future, it will be perfect. Killing a spirit core stage powerhouse with 1 slash was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables, and there was no resistance at all. Tianyan continued to chase crazily. The elders were scared and ran away faster than before. Although they knew that Tianyan is very powerful, but when they fight, they found that he is even more terrifying. Whether they block or not, they will die. Want to run? Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Tianyan sneered and stepped on the ground. Boom! The violent force created a huge pit on the ground, accompanied by a terrifying force. In the next moment, he already caught up with another elder and stabbed him with Sword of Infinity. The elder roared, and the armor on the surface of his body burst into dazzling light, forming a thick shield. However, all of this was a futile struggle. With a PUCI, the Infinite Sword did not even activate its damage multiplier mode. It easily pierced through the armor and stabbed his entire body. Die! Tianyan dragged the elder back. The elder screamed and fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his body. Ding! Successfully killed Qing Xian Mansion Elder. Reward: 700,000 EXP, 13,000 Crazy Point, 35 SBS. He had easily killed an elder just like that. This was the difference in strength. No matter how the elder tries to resist, it's futile. The increase in cultivation brings about terrifying power. It's not just a legend that a single person can slaughter an entire city. For someone as strong as Core Transformation Realm, it's not a problem for them to slaughter an entire city. The Black Dragon is also not willing to admit defeat, crazily trampling on the Core Condensation cultivators. All of them were killed by the Black Dragon. There are only a few elders and the Mansion Lord left in Qing Xian Mansion. Even if they can go back alive this time, Qing Xian Mansion is basically finished. It will take a lot of time to rebuild. And just looking at the strength of the elders, they can't even reach the level of the Mansion Lord. But will Tianyan let them go back? He won't do something like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Too scary. Several elders screamed. They have never seen such a terrifying expert before. In the past, it's always them chasing others, but now it's someone else chasing them. It can be said that every dog has its day. It's their turn now. I said, don't even think about leaving. Tianyan once again chased after them. They can't escape Tianyan's pursuit. Even if they scattered to escape, it's useless. His speed is too much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with an elder, and then with a single slash, he killed one of them, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Another elder fell to the ground. Bastard! Qing Tianxian roared, but he doesn't dare to stop. His eyes are filled with endless killing intent and hatred. So many of his elders died here. How can he be reconciled? There are 3 more. Tianyan's eyes flashed. In front of him, there are only 2 elders and Qing Tianxian left. After killing them, everything will be over. When he was ready to catch up, suddenly, a red cloud floated in the sky in front of him. A soaring evil chi came from afar, suddenly giving him a strong sense of oppression. Old Ancestor is here. Old Ancestor is here. Qing Tianxian shouted happily. Their old ancestor finally came to help. Old ancestor. Tianyun was startled, feeling the terrible evil qi. There is also a bloody smell, enough to see that the strong person who came must be a heaven-defying expert. He is afraid that his cultivation has reached the level of core transformation, so the pressure is too great. Chapter 157. Billowing evil qi came from a distance, instantly covering the entire area, terrifying pressure from the sky. Even Shi Shuiyun and the others felt a bit of pressure. This power is a core transformation realm. Shi Shuiyun stood up with difficulty. She didn't rest for long. She almost crawled up. Her beautiful eyes showed deep worry. It's core transformation realm powerhouse. Only core transformation realm powerhouse can have such power, Jade Palace's old ancestor solemnly said. It's the old ancestor of Qingxian Mansion. His cultivation is certainly not low. Rumor has it that Qingxian Mansion has several core transformation realm powerhouses. After a moment, a crystal coffin flew from the air, and then fiercely fell from the air. Like a meteorite, it fell on the ground. Boom! The ground was smashed by the hard crystal coffin. A deep pit was formed. Thick, evil qi floated out of the crystal coffin and floated to the surrounding corpses, then seeped into these corpses after a moment. The blood essence of these corpses was extracted and drilled into the crystal coffin. Welcome, evil blood old ancestor. Qing Tianxian took the lead to kneel down, bowed his head respectfully. His eyes showed ecstasy. Old ancestor came to help. It means they are saved. Welcome my ass. In the next moment, Tianyun's infinite sword shined with a terrifying light, and the sword slashed down heavily. Tianyun didn't wait for the person inside the crystal coffin to come out, and Tianyun already attacked. Don't be presumptuous. Crack! Immediately, the crystal coffin was quickly pushed open. An old man came out of the crystal coffin. His body was shriveled. No one knows how long he has been sealed inside the crystal coffin. The thick blood qi around him continued to pour into his body, began to replenish his blood qi. After coming out, he quickly raised his palm. A bloody light turned into a huge palm. In this huge palm, there are white bones like the palm of a devil from hell grasped towards them. He clearly looked like an old man with 1 foot in the grave, but he was able to erupt with such a shocking power that was not inferior to a young person at all. However, when this terrifying attack came into contact with Tianyun's attack, it instantly melted away like melting snow. There was no resistance at all. The entire skeletal arm was instantly disintegrated, cleaved apart by the sword of infinity. This power, blood ancestor fiend blood's withered eyes emitted a bloody light. He roared and slammed the crystal coffin beside him, sending it flying toward Tianyun. Break! Tianyun aimed at the incoming crystal coffin and slashed down. With a loud bang, the crystal coffin was cut into 4 pieces. The pieces scattered to the side and finally fell to the ground. The sturdy crystal coffin became extremely fragile under his tyrannical attack. However, under these 2 impacts, the power he released paused for a moment, and he fell from the sky. His eyes searched Patriarch Fiendblood's body, revealing all of his information. Patriarch Fiendblood, 2nd level of core transformation stage, middle grade soul tool armor, combat power 1, 3 million, martial arts, blood demon palm, blood fiend divine art, etc. Weakness, water attribute attack can weaken opponent's attack. Killing can obtain blood demon palm, blood fiend divine art, etc. 1, 3 million combat power. As expected of a core transformation stage, his combat power has reached such an amazing level, but compared to Tianyun's 45 million combat power, this is really nothing. Crazy mode is crazy mode. With 8 times combat power, he can easily crush Patriarch Fiend Blood. but Tianyan knows that if he continues to push back, even if he uses crazy mode in the future, he won't be able to cross too many levels. For example, Qing Tianquan's cultivation is 8th level of Spirit Core stage, which is 5 levels lower than Patriarch Fiend Blood's cultivation, but their combat power is more than 600,000. This is basically equivalent to more than 100,000 combat power, which is quite a terrifying base. The key point is that Tianyan also sensed that Patriarch Fiend Blood hasn't used his full strength yet. At such a young age, his cultivation has reached such a level. No wonder Tianxian asked me to help. It seems that we are all old. Patriarch Fiend Blood's dry eyes flashed with a bloody light, and the surrounding blood qi was constantly sucked into his body. At this time, Tianyan's appraisal eyes data slightly changed. 1. 33 million combat power. This Patriarch Fiend Blood is worthy of being an ancestor just by absorbing other people's blood qi. He can improve his strength, but it seems that Patriarch Fiend Blood's life is almost up. He can only rely on absorbing other people's blood qi to maintain his life, but even if he continues like this, he can't maintain it for too long. Currently, there were only 2 ways to extend one's lifespan. The first was to take the life fruit, which could increase one's lifespan by a certain amount. However, the effect would be negligible if one ate too many of them. The second was to make a breakthrough in cultivation. It was the simplest and most effective method, but it was also the most difficult. This Patriarch Fiend Blood obviously can't break through, so he began to rely on his own martial arts to devour other people's blood. It seems that he has devoured a lot, but there will always be an end unless there is a new life fruit. Otherwise, he really can't continue to live. The best way is to seal in the crystal coffin, wait for the life fruit to be found in the future, or find a solution. Then he will choose to wake up from his slumber. No, I think you, the older generation, should discipline the younger generation what should be done and what shouldn't be done. Tianyan said coldly, relying on your little power to invade other people's forces at will, in the end, you will bring disaster to yourself. How we discipline, it's not up to you to teach us. Blood Fiend Blood Ancestor sneered. It seems that if we don't use some real skills, you all think that this is the era of the younger generation. As long as we don't die, don't think that this is your era. As soon as his voice fell, Blood Fiend Ancestor's body suddenly began to swell, and in an instant his skin began to become smooth and full of elasticity. In the blink of an eye, Blood Fiend Ancestor turned into a strong middle-aged man, looking very burly. A terrifying, baleful aura burst forth. It was several times stronger than before. His strong and powerful physique gave off the feeling that he had completely regained his youthfulness. In addition, his combat power has also increased explosively. 1. 5 million. 1. 6 million. 1. 7 million. 2. 1 million combat power. Finally, it stopped at 2. 1 million combat power. This is the real strength of the second level of core transformation stage. It's actually so powerful. Before, he sealed his blood qi, and the power he showed was naturally not the real state. Now, when it completely broke out, it was as high as 1 million combat power, extremely terrifying. Tianyan licked his lips, and his eyes flickered. This is the real core transformation stage, much stronger than the spirit core stage. Chapter 158. Tianyan was the only one who remained calm in the face of this terrifying power. Shi Shuiyun, on the other hand, was worried. This is a core transformation stage powerhouse. The power that Tianyan showed just now is also very strong, but it doesn't seem to be as strong as this evil blood ancestor. Tianyan didn't completely release his aura. Of course, it's not as strong as this evil blood ancestor, but his comprehensive combat power can crush this existence. Old ancestor is too strong. This is the old ancestor's power. Qing Tianxian and the others looked at evil blood ancestor in a daze. They were all shocked by this power. They have never seen their old ancestor burst out with his full strength. Old ancestor, kill him. He killed too many of our elders. Old ancestor, suck him dry to avenge our people. They immediately became bold, thinking that evil blood ancestor can definitely kill Yi Tianyin to avenge them. This is your real power. Yi Tianyin squinted his eyes and looked at evil blood ancestor. This made him have a new understanding of core transformation stage powerhouses. At first, he thought that core transformation stage is at most one level stronger than spirit core stage, but now it seems that he was wrong, because evil blood ancestor didn't release the blood essence in his body. He didn't release his full strength. Now that he released his full strength, too, 1 million combat power is really terrifying. If he didn't have 8x crazy mode, he will really lose. But the result of evil blood ancestor's action is very simple. That is, his lifespan will be greatly reduced. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yi Tianyin. Just now, Yi Tianyin already knew the gap between them. No, compared to my peak, it is still a little worse. Evil blood ancestor sneered, but it is more than enough to deal with you. The next moment, evil blood ancestor took the initiative to step out of the fight. He instantly released his evil qi in all directions, crazily spreading in all directions, and even shrouding Yi Tianyin. This evil qi can affect people's mind. If you are shrouded by it, it will definitely affect your combat power. Tianyin, be careful of that murderous aura. Shi Shuiyan warned loudly. It's too late. You can't escape from my domain. The blood fiend patriarch snickered darkly, and a cruel blood-red light shot out of his eyes. If I don't suck you dry, I'll be letting down my dead grand-disciples. Suck me dry? Yi Tianyin sneered. That's exactly what I was planning to do. I can't waste this experience card. The weapon in his hand changed into a frost fist, followed by the absorbing star's great technique. The murderous aura around him was madly absorbed into his body, turning into a vast amount of experience. 63,000, 62,000, 64,000. With 32 times the experience, just absorbing the evil aura alone had already reached 64,000 experience points. If he could continue absorbing like this, he would definitely level up quickly. Idiot! How dare you absorb my killing intent? You're courting death. Patriarch Fiend Blood waved his hand, and the baleful energy on the ground suddenly gathered together, transforming into a giant red palm that enveloped Yi Tianyin. Explode! Patriarch Fiend Blood clenched his fist, and the giant red palm squeezed down, wrapping Yi Tianyin in an instant. Boom! Towering murderous aura erupted like a blood ball exploding in the air, splashing in all directions. Everyone looked at the towering, murderous aura. Was Yi Tianyin hit by the explosion? A moment later, a vortex suddenly appeared in the towering, murderous aura, sucking in the surrounding murderous aura. In just a few moments, all the baleful aura around Yi Tianyin was sucked dry, leaving only Yi Tianyin standing in the same place without any injuries. Not bad. Thank you for your hospitality. Yi Tianyin smiled faintly. He was worried that he had no more experience points to absorb. Now there was a mobile energy fortress that he could absorb crazily. He was not in a hurry at all. His strength was enough to suppress the blood fiend patriarch. Why should he be in a hurry? If he did not absorb the experience and level up, how could he be worthy of his 20 times experience card? It had been less than an hour since the beginning. There was still an hour left, and it would be a waste if it ended so quickly. How is this possible? Patriarch Fiend Blood was shocked. His attack did not harm Yi Tianyin at all. Instead, it was sucked dry, and there seemed to be no change. Under normal circumstances, absorbing so much of his murderous aura would cause him to lose his mind immediately. Unless his opponent's cultivation was much higher than his, it would more or less be affected. But now, Itianyan was completely fine. He was either immune to it, or his cultivation was crushing him. Nothing is impossible. Do you think I can't surpass you just because I'm younger than you? Itianyan's eyes flashed, and his figure flashed. He rushed toward Patriarch Fiendblood and clenched his fist. Explode! The frost fist's effect exploded, and a terrible freezing aura enveloped the area, instantly freezing Patriarch Fiendblood. However, he quickly reacted and began to break free from the ice. In the blink of an eye, the freezing began to lose effect. In less than a second, he was about to break free. However, half a second was more than enough. Itianyan arrived in front of Patriarch Fiendblood in an instant. He pressed his palm against Patriarch Fiendblood and used the Absorbing Star's great technique. In an instant, the spiritual power in his body began to be sucked out and poured into Itianyan's body. However, they were all converted into experience and not absorbed his blood chi. A huge amount of experience kept pouring in, starting from 60,000. At this rate, he would be able to level up after sucking him dry. Lie down. Itianyan's body sank, and he was pressed against the ground. His whole body was pressed against Patriarch Fiendblood's back, making it impossible for him to move. Patriarch Fiendblood wanted to get up, but he felt as if there was a mountain on his back, making it impossible for him to move. In crazy mode, Itianyan was much stronger than him, so how could he move? Even Spirit King Xian Tian was suppressed by him when he was a teenager, let alone Patriarch Fiendblood. Get out of my way. Patriarch Fiendblood's body emitted a murderous aura, but it went into Itianyan's body and was completely absorbed by him. Don't you want to suck me dry? Come on, let's see if I suck you dry first, or if you suck me dry first, Itianyan said indifferently, and his absorption speed didn't decrease at all. If he could improve the Absorbing Star's great technique, his absorption speed would increase a lot. Now that he had absorbed for a while, he still felt that the spiritual power in Patriarch Fiendblood's body was like an ocean, and it was not easy to absorb it. Patriarch Fiendblood's cultivation was at the core transformation stage, so it was not easy to absorb it. In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor of Qing Xian Mansion was suppressed. Qing Tianyuan and the others were dumbfounded. They thought that their old ancestor could kill Itianyan in a second, but now it seemed that he was being suppressed, and he couldn't even move an inch. Chapter 159. Old Ancestor Fiendblood couldn't move at all, and his spiritual power was being extracted by Itianyan. This humiliation is extremely strong, much stronger than Spirit King Xian Tian. Spirit King Xian Tian is just a divine sense, so he doesn't feel any humiliation. But old Ancestor Fiendblood is different. He is suppressed by a younger generation. How can he not be angry? Let go of old ancestor. Qing Tianxian roared and rushed towards old ancestor Fiendblood. The other elders also did the same. They are weaker than Itianyan, but if they don't help, their old ancestor will always be suppressed. Now that old ancestor is dead, it's their turn. Facing the attack of these elders, Itianyan's eyes flashed coldly. It seems that if I don't get rid of you first, I won't be able to absorb the spiritual power in peace. Immediately, Itianyan stepped on old ancestor Fiendblood like a stepping stone, then rushed towards them. This scene scared them. The terrifying power made them unable to breathe. They didn't even get close to old ancestor Fiendblood. They felt an extreme cold penetrating into their bones. They felt like they're going to be frozen. They wanted to run away, but in the case of a slight freeze, their movement speed is much slower than before. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed, and with a punch, one of the elders was sent flying. Then he took a few steps forward, and with another punch, he was sent flying again. In the blink of an eye, both elders were sent flying. After spinning several times in the air, they fell heavily to the ground. A large part of their body was frozen, and it even continued to freeze inside their body. But this freezing doesn't cause any pain to them, because the system beep represents their end. Ding successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder. Reward 670,000 EXP, 11,000 Crazy Point. Ding successfully killed Qingxian Mansion Elder. The two elders were easily killed. As the Manor Lord, Qing Tianxian hit at the back, so the Frost Fist's area of effect attack had little effect on him. Basically, when Qing Tianxian saw him rushing over, he ran away immediately. He was the last one who rushed over to help. Clearly, no one was willing to throw their lives away. This was especially true for the Palace Lord, who was even more unwilling to throw his life away. As a prefecture master, his future was limitless, and he wielded even greater authority. "Bastard, you've angered me!" roared Forefather Fiendblood. Towering, baleful energy erupted from his body. He took out a bone blade that was covered in dense divine runes. It looked like veins covering the blade. After taking it out, he aimed it at his own arm and ruthlessly cut it. Poochie! Blood splattered out and fused with the bone blade. In a split second, his power surged and his battle prowess skyrocketed. Berserk! Every cultivator had a different way of exploding their power. The most common way was to burn their own blood essence to explode, which could often increase their power by a lot. Correspondingly, the price was a relatively strong side effect. After the end, their cultivation would drop, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Forefather Fiendblood didn't have much lifespan to begin with, and burning his own blood essence was a big taboo, but he was suppressed just now, and the humiliation made him want to cut Yi Tianyan into pieces. 2 million. 3 million. 5 million battle prowess. After burning his blood essence, Forefather Fiendblood's power soared to 400,000 battle prowess, which was terrifying. It immediately overshadowed Yi Tianyun's battle prowess, and the terrifying momentum made Yi Tianyan feel a little pressure. No wonder he is a core transformation stage powerhouse. His power is really amazing. Yi Tianyan stopped, and his expression was dignified. It seemed that he couldn't use up all of his spiritual power this time. Immediately, a flame flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, he ignited the dragon god bloodline in his body, and his whole body was instantly covered with dragon scales. In the case of igniting the dragon god bloodline, coupled with the superposition of crazy mode, his battle prowess suddenly exploded. 5 million. 6 million. 8 million. After igniting the dragon god bloodline, his battle prowess doubled again, reaching an astonishing 8 million. This time, he didn't use the Frost Fist anymore. The freezing effect was definitely there, but the power was not enough. He switched to the Sword of Infinity and took a deep breath. Although it's a bit wasteful, it's time to end it. It's time for you to end it. Fiendblood killing god. Forefather Fiendblood naturally refused to admit defeat, and with a roar, he waved the bone blade in his hand and slashed towards Yi Tianyun, and a soaring blood-red light shrouded the surroundings. At this time, a huge phantom appeared behind him, and a blood-red demon emerged with a ferocious and terrifying face. Then, he waved the bone blade in his hand and slashed towards Yi Tianyan. The originally blue sky was instantly covered by the blood-red color, and from afar, one would think that something terrible had happened here. Luck Aura, activate. At this moment, Yi Tianyan activated Luck Aura, increasing his luck by 10 times. He activated Luck Aura, not just to kill Forefather Fiendblood and obtain the treasures that dropped, but to increase the chance of a critical hit. However, even if he used it, the Sword of Infinity did not have a critical hit effect, and it was no different from an ordinary attack. However, the power was still amazing, and it turned into a long rainbow, piercing forward. He didn't need to use any martial arts, just this violent strength alone. Boom. When the two collided, the demon that forefather fiend blood slashed down exploded, and even his whole body was sent flying, and he almost lost his grip on the bone blade in his hand. Etianyan was also sent flying, but it was not a big deal. On the other hand, forefather Fiendblood's attack was shattered. The difference between the two was obvious. No way. The forefather has used up his blood essence, but he still can't beat him. Qing Tianxian was dumbfounded. Impossible. I want you dead. Forefather Fiendblood was furious, and he held the bone blade with both hands, aiming at Etianyan again. Tens of thousands of demons surged out from behind him, and his strength rose to another level. Shi Shuiyun clenched her fists, full of worry. They were all worried about Etianyan's situation. However, Etianyan's eyes were filled with hope, not despair. Facing a strong enemy, his heart was as firm as a rock. Sword breaks the heavens. He quickly swung his sword to meet the attack. At this moment, the Sword of Infinity buzzed, and the divine runes on it began to tremble. Its power sword crazily double damage. With this second strike, the double damage effect was successfully triggered. The entire sword burst out with dazzling light, piercing the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The power that could penetrate everything stabbed toward forefather Fiendblood, quickly disintegrating and melting the opponent's attack. Under this violent force, the bone blades that chopped down crumbled one by one and fell to the ground. Then it easily penetrated forefather Fiendblood's body, and the dazzling light engulfed his body. At this time, Etianyan's appraisal eye focused on the sword, and the combat power was displayed. 7 million. No. Chapter 160. A streak of light pierced through the sky, and Patriarch Fiendblood fell to the ground. His head had already been separated from his body, and his eyes were wide open. Then the evil blood ancestor started to flow out of his body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned from a sturdy man to a shriveled old man. Just now, he was just using the evil blood ancestor to absorb the blood essence around him to temporarily restore his youthful state. In fact, as long as the evil blood ancestor dissipated, he will return to his original state. Ding, successfully killed evil blood ancestor. Reward, 980,000 EXP, 15,000 crazy point, 100 SBS. Reward, Blood Demon Divine Art, Middle Grade Earth Level Martial Art. Devouring Divine Art, Middle Grade Earth Level Martial Art. Devouring Heaven Divine Art, High Grade Earth Level Martial Art, Rare. Reward, Blood Dragon Bone Blade. High Grade Soul Tool, Evil Blood Divine Armor. High Grade Soul Tool, Blood Jade, Rare. 10 times EXP card, 100,000 gold, Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. Ding. Successfully killed a super elite. Additional reward, 1 level upgrade, item, use in Spirit Core Realm. 10,000 crazy points. Enhanced Lottery Roulette. There was a huge pile of items, and there were 2 rare items. There was even an extra Coiling Dragon Treasure Map. This made him sigh. It was really worth it. As expected of a super elite opponent. When he first saw Ancestor Fiendblood appear and saw the golden name above his head, he knew that his chance to get rich had come. Only a super elite like this can drop good things. Otherwise, the things that he got would be mediocre. Although it's not bad, it's still too bad for him. After killing the evil blood ancestor, everyone was shocked. A core transformation realm expert was killed by Etianyan, just like that. The remaining Qing Tianxian and the elder directly collapsed on the ground, looking at Etianyan in horror. This is their old ancestor, a core transformation realm expert. How could he just die like that? The answer is obvious. He is really dead, and he was stabbed to death by a sword. On the other hand, Etianyan didn't seem to be injured. It's almost a complete victory. Why you killed Patriarch Fiend Blood? And Monster. The elder collapsed to the ground and cried out in terror. In their hearts, Ancestor Fiend Blood had always been the strongest existence, but he had been killed by a single sword strike from this youth. Monster? Etianyan sneered. Your ancestor is the monster. He must have absorbed a lot of people's blood to be able to survive until now. Based on the number of sin points he had gained from killing Ancestor Fiend Blood, he could tell how many people he had killed to accumulate such a number. It didn't matter how many creatures were killed. If killing a butterfly or a fish could accumulate sin value, it would be too exaggerated. Only by killing people could he increase his sin value. The more he killed, the more sin value he accumulated. As for the demonic beasts that he had killed before, because he had not killed many of them, he did not have any sin points. Because it was a powerful demonic beast, it gave it a sin value. If he killed ants or something like that, he wouldn't be able to get any sin points. Because there was basically no danger, he wouldn't be able to get any sin points. Not even EXP Qing Tianyan's face was pale. He turned around and ran without any hesitation. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the elder next to him. Mansion Lord. When the elder saw his mansion lord running away, he hurriedly got up and ran away with him. Their escape direction was relatively simple. That is, the giant eagle in the distance. They just wanted to escape on the giant eagle. It was their fastest way to escape. I already said, since you are here, don't think about leaving. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold. He chased after them in the blink of an eye. In crazy mode, his comprehensive strength is too terrifying. He can even kill a core transformation stage cultivator, let alone a mere spirit core stage cultivator. When he was about to catch up, Qing Tianyan suddenly dragged the elder next to him and threw him towards Yi Tianyan. Get over here. Mansion Lord, you... The elder was scared. He didn't think that his mansion lord would do such a heartless thing. They had done their best, but in the end, they were abandoned, and so decisively. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He didn't show any mercy. He slashed his sword. The elder was cut in half. Qing Tianyan, you will die a horrible death. The elder didn't blame Yi Tianyan. Instead, he cursed Qing Tianyan. Qing Tianyan didn't look back. He took advantage of this time to get into the feather carriage. He quickly drove the giant eagle to take off. But just as it took off, the black dragon spat out a scorching flame, burning the giant eagle. TSK, TSK. You want to escape on the giant eagle. Aren't you a little too naive? Yi Tianyan walked over. Qing Tianyuan ran out of the feather carriage in a panic. He forgot that Yi Tianyan has such a black dragon. How can he escape? This time I lost. As long as you let me go, I will make you the mansion lord. From now on, Qing Xian Mansion will be under your management. I will listen to your orders, and everything in Qing Xian Mansion will be handed over to you. Qing Tianyan begged for mercy. These conditions are very good. After I become the mansion lord, I will develop Qing Xian Mansion. Then you will stab me in the back, and I will inherit the Qing Xian Mansion. Yi Tianyan sneered. No, no, no. Why would I do that? Qing Tianyuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, but his thoughts were different. Right now, all he wanted was to survive. He didn't care how he would take revenge in the future. Whether you do it or not, just the fact that you want our palace lord to be your concubine is enough for you to die 100 times. Yi Tianyan's voice was cold. It was bone-chilling. This. Qing Tianyuan looked at Yi Tianyan's horrified expression. His heart skipped a beat. He immediately knew what he had done wrong. Listen to my explanation. I deserve to die. Swoosh! A sword light slashed across. Qing Tianyuan didn't even have time to react, and his head was already separated from his body. Even if the treasure on his body released a protective shield, it was easily pierced through by the sword. Since you said that you deserve to die, then die. Tianyuan put away the sword of infinity, and then the system's voice sounded in his ears. Ding! Successfully killed Qing Xian Mansion Lord Qing Tianyuan, gained 780,000 EXP, 13,000 crazy point. Obtained martial art Qingyun sword technique, Qingyun steps. Obtained treasure jade pearl, commander grimoire. Ding! Congratulations to player. Tianyuan successfully broke through to 6th level spirit core. Ding! 20 times EXP card time up. Ding! 3 times crazy point card time up. Chapter 161. Phew, it's finally over. Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had leveled up crazy mode. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Ancestor Fiend Blood. He was just too strong. He believed that if this continued, he wouldn't be able to win even with crazy mode. A 2nd level core transformation stage, Cultivator, already had more than 2 million combat power. What about 3rd level core transformation stage, 4th level core transformation stage? There was no danger now, but it did not mean that there would be no danger in the future. As long as one existed in this world and had a certain amount of power, there was a possibility of being targeted. These days, if you don't cause trouble everywhere, people won't come looking for you. There is a saying that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If Jade Palace continues to grow, it will also be targeted by other forces. If he didn't increase his cultivation, he would also be targeted. Unless they lived in seclusion in the mountains, but if they were found by people with bad intentions, they would still be in danger. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Only by continuously increasing their own strength and the strength of the sect could they protect everything. Let's see how the situation is now. He checked his current attributes and got rid of some of the martial arts and weapons he didn't need. He kept some of the better ones and listed out the details. Player, Tianyuan level, 36, 6th layer spirit core realm. EXP, 1373689 crazy points, prestige, 430 sin points, 956 cultivation techniques, Dark North divine art, Dragon God technique, Xian Tian divine art, Heaven devouring divine art techniques, Absorbing stars great technique, Blood fiend soaring sky, Qingyun sword technique, Qingyun footwork weapon, Frost fist, Blood fiend divine spear, Sword of infinity, Chaotic heaven sacred axe, Blood dragon bone blade armor, divine armor, Shadow cloak, Chaotic heaven divine armor, Chaotic heaven battle boots, Fiend blood divine armor divine ability, Crazy mode lucky halo bloodline, Dragon god bloodline ornaments, Forging god hammer, power bracelet, power ring, power belt, blood fiend bracelet all items, 8 recovery pills, level 41 gift pack, HP *1, bad luck pill, storm pill, 10x EXP card, treasures, purple fire divine furnace, blood jade stone, coiling dragon treasure map, jade pearl, commander grimoire title, guardian, savior flame, immortal flame seeing more than 1 million crazy point. He smiled. He just killed so many cultivators with the help of triple crazy card. His crazy point can be said to have skyrocketed. His sin points didn't increase by much. Sin points were the hardest to increase. It was still considered a lot. However, what caught his attention was the additional rare items. Heaven devouring divine art, high rank earth, level martial art, cannot be upgraded, able to absorb the surrounding elemental energy and integrate it into one's body to increase one's strength. Note, depending on the attributes of the user and the surrounding environment, the absorption effect will be different. This made Tianyuan's eyes light up. This was definitely a good item. He could absorb the surrounding elemental energy to strengthen himself. This was another way to strengthen himself. The more the better. No wonder it was called a rare product. Blood jade stone, a rare consumable item used to replenish blood essence. It can be used to replenish blood essence according to the user's condition. There was no limit to the number of times it could be used, and it would shatter upon use. Replenish blood essence? Very good. Itianyan was shocked. This was a good thing he needed right now. Coiling Dragon Treasure Map containing Dragon Vein. Recommended to be at least 5th level Spirit Core. Jade Pearl, Cultivation Type Pearl. Wearing it on the body can double the speed of cultivation. Commander Grimoire. After equipping it, it can increase commander points and can condense people. After checking, Etienne's eyes lit up. They were all good items. It seems that after activating Luck Aura, all the items dropped were good, but it depended more on what the other party had. Otherwise, if there was no treasure in this area, it would be impossible to drop it no matter how high Luck Aura was. Tianyan, you are amazing. Sure, Shuiyan walked over. Her body was a little shaky. Tianyan quickly walked over and supported her. And are you okay? It's okay. I just need a little rest. Sure, Shuiyan's face was pale. It was obvious that she had overdrawn a lot of blood essence. Her aura was also extremely weak. Nonsense, Itianyan said with a straight face. Your face is so pale. How can you tell me that you are okay? Immediately, Itianyan took out the blood jade stone, and as soon as he took it out, a rich blood chi came out of it, and the elder who came over was shocked. What a rich blood chi! What kind of treasure is this? They were all stunned. Some of the old ancestors' eyes showed a bit of desire. These ancestors, to put it bluntly, were old fogies. What they desired the most was some treasures that could replenish their blood energy. This way, they could prolong their lifespans and live for a longer period of time. However, whether or not he could make a breakthrough during this period of time was another matter. However, Itianyan was able to kill a core transformation stage powerhouse. They didn't dare to move, let alone speak. Just now, Itianyan said he would kill without mercy, so he didn't dare to say anything. Auntie, absorb this. It can replenish your blood essence. Itianyan put the blood jade stone in her arms and said, No, I can't accept this. You have sacrificed too much for this sect. How can I accept your things? I will be fine after a rest. No, you have to absorb it now. Otherwise, I will be angry, Itianyan said with a straight face. Sure, Shuiyan looked at Itianyan's determined eyes. Immediately, she sighed softly and absorbed the blood chi. Thick blood chi flowed into her body. Her face became slightly ruddy. The blood chi in her body was continuously replenished. The effect was too obvious. This situation made them jealous. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. However, they didn't say anything. It was not because of Itianyan, but because Sure Shuiyan had sacrificed too much. Basically, her blood chi was depleted. It would take several years to replenish it. During this period of time, not only would her cultivation decrease, it would also affect her talent. Therefore, even if they had this blood jade stone, they would give it to Sure Shuiyan to absorb first. I am much better. I can absorb it now. After absorbing for a while, Sure Shuiyan's face became much better. She quickly returned the blood jade stone to Itianyan. No, absorb it for me until I feel that you're fine. If you don't absorb it, I'd rather smash it than keep it, Itianyan said with a straight face. He still has no intention of letting go. Sure, Shuiyan said, helplessly. Okay, I will absorb it. Is that okay? She could only listen to Itianyan's order. She began to absorb the blood jade stone. When the whole blood jade stone became translucent, her condition finally improved. It's amazing. I feel that my blood chi has completely recovered. Moreover, it's a lot stronger than before. Shi Shuiyun felt a lot better after absorbing the blood jade stone. That's for sure. The thing I gave to Aunt is naturally not bad. Yi Tianyun could see that Shi Shuiyun's condition was completely better. Her cultivation even improved a level. She was now at the peak of core condensation. If she continued to advance, she would be able to break through to spirit core stage. Previously, she relied on burning her blood essence and palace treasure to temporarily promote her cultivation to spirit core stage. Now that she has recovered, she is naturally at core condensation. But after absorbing the blood jade stone, her cultivation has improved. Cultivators are so magical. After experiencing a life and death battle, they can often have a breakthrough. Shi Shuiyun is one of the best. After every battle, her cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. Of course, compared to Yi Tianyun, who has this system, the difference is not small. There is no comparison between the two. Immediately, he put away the blood jade stone. Those old ancestors looked at the blood jade stone and did not dare to ask. Yi Tianyun knew what they were thinking, but this blood jade stone is a good thing. Naturally, he will not give it to them. Chapter 162. Shi Shuiyun completely recovered with the help of blood jade stone, and it took a very short time. Under normal circumstances, according to Shi Shuiyun's situation, even if she relies on some good blood essence pill, it will take a few years to recover. Unless there is some kind of blood essence pill, but the price is quite amazing, and it is not sold in the Earth border continent. If there is no similar supplement, it will take a few decades to recover. Blood essence is equivalent to your own life. You can squander it when you are young, but for old ancestor level, it is equivalent to reincarnation. Blood jade stone is such a heaven-defying treasure. In a short time, it doesn't take a few years, but a few hours to recover. It doesn't take an hour to completely recover. During this period, the other corpses have been cleaned up. Many disciples showed a happy expression on their faces. This is completely the feeling of surviving a disaster. Looking at Yi Tianyun's eyes is full of worship. Yi Tianyun looked up. He can see that their favorability towards him has exploded. Each of them has reached more than 100. He doesn't need to do any quest to increase their favorability. Originally, favorability is something that increases with his behavior. The quest just forcibly increases it. After collecting the spoils of war, they all returned to heaven's immersing ancient ruins. The overall situation is not bad. Most of them have no problem. They all hid in heaven's immersing ancient ruins, so there is no big problem. If they didn't hide in heaven's immersing ancient ruins before, most of them would have been taken away. Therefore, the injured are basically only elder level. The rest of the weaker cultivators are not a problem. It's not that they don't have the courage, but going out is only courting death. In the face of so many strong cultivators, there is no point for them to go out. They can't even be regarded as cannon fodder. At this time, Zhu Yue and others came back, and when they heard that there is no problem here, they hurried back. When they learned that Yi Tianyun has cleaned up all the corpses, all of them were shocked. A Qingxian mansion was destroyed by him. Miss Zhu, how about you join our Jade Palace in the future? Yi Tianyun formally invited her at this time. You want me to join Jade Palace? Zhu Yue froze. Others also froze. Not to join Jade Palace, but isn't this pavilion Master Z? Why is her surname Zhu? Yes, Wind Pavilion is a garbage place. There is no need for you to go back. Yi Tianyun smiled and said, I feel that Jade Palace is lacking an elder who knows how to manage big and small affairs. I want you to be the elder in charge of Jade Palace. There is no need for me to say the rest. With your talent, I believe you I believe you can manage this place perfectly. Wind Pavilion is thriving under your management. I believe this responsibility is very suitable for you. Don't worry, we will give you the greatest authority. You can manage it as you see fit. Let me be an elder of Jade Palace. This. Zhu Yue is dumbfounded. She didn't expect Yi Tianyan to say this. But isn't this too much? Palace with sure elders. Also, this is palace with sure is. This is palace of. Since Tianyan said so, it proves that Miss Zhu is trustworthy, and you chose to support us without hesitation. This is enough. Since Tianyan said so, it proves that Miss Zhu is trustworthy. Moreover, you chose to support us without any hesitation. Just this thought alone is enough. Shi Shuiyun smiled and said, Here, I formally invite you to be our elder. I don't know. I support Miss Zhu to become an elder. You risked your life for us, plus your position in Wind Pavilion. Everyone can see that. I support Miss Zhu to become an elder. She sacrificed her life for us, plus her status in Wind Pavilion. Everyone can see that. Great Elder echoed. She has a good impression of Zhu Yue. After all, she risked her life for them. There is nothing more sincere than this. Zhu Yue blushed. There are so many people supporting her, plus Yi Tianyan's words. She is very tempted, but now she has nowhere to go. Zhu Yue blushed. So many people support her, plus Yi Tianyan's words. She is very tempted, but now she has nowhere to go. Okay, but I am also very strict with myself. If I don't improve Jade Palace within a year, I will leave on my own. Zhu Yue's expression is serious. This is obviously not a joke. This statement made many people more convinced with such determination. How can it be bad? Yi Tianyan smiled and nodded. He believes that after a while, Zhu Yue's usefulness will immediately manifest. Her management ability is very strong. Jade Palace is not a treasure house, but she is undoubtedly a very suitable candidate for mixing materials or purchasing spirit herbs, and so on. Here, I want to make a request to the elders. I intend to let 2 people become reserve elders. Yi Tianyan said, All the disciples present are here, so they can hear what they are talking about. Reserve elder, which 2? The elders are puzzled. The first, Sister Shaolian. The second is Jiumei. Yi Tianyan motioned Lu Minglian to come out. Lu Minglian and Jiu Lingyun came out, completely dumbfounded. Let them become reserve elder? The first reserve elder is Sister Shaolian, and the second reserve elder is Sister Jiu. In this crisis, Sister Shaolian and Jiu Mei performed well. In addition to taking the lead in treating the wounded, they also comforted the people and often went out to find ingredients. This courage, this leadership ability, is enough to be a reserve elder. Their cultivation may not be the highest, but their leadership ability is the most outstanding. Just now, Yi Tianyan has already learned some of the situation from the other disciples. Their cultivation is not the highest, but their leadership ability is very high. This is enough. He has no selfishness in this, but he really saw their enthusiasm, their leadership ability. This is what an elder should have. The other disciples nodded. Their eyes showed a look of approval. They all saw it. The disciples with higher cultivation bases didn't say anything. They all nodded. At this critical moment, they were the ones who had panicked and felt very ashamed. To be honest, this is my first proposal as an elder. The elders and the palace master can discuss it themselves, Yi Tianyan said. There is no need to discuss, I agree. Shi Shuiyun did not even think about it. I also saw their performance. Even if you don't say it, I already have this idea. Yi Tianyan smiled. No matter what, Ant stood by his side, chose to agree with him. The other elders looked at each other, but did not say anything whether they have ideas or not. They can only choose to agree. Yi Tianyan has the highest status, the most popular. Who dared not to support him? Moreover, they also know the situation. They are all convinced. Very well. Now I will leave everything here to you. The rest, I plan to go to Qingxian Mansion and uproot it. Yi Tianyun's eyes were cold, full of killing intent. You don't want to take me? Shi Shuiyun smiled indifferently. Yi Tianyun nodded and said with a smile, how can I not agree to the palace master's request? Chapter 163. After making the necessary arrangements, Yi Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun boarded the Black Dragon and flew directly to Qingxian Mansion. After the battle, the Black Dragon's cultivation had skyrocketed. Now, it had reached level 3 of Spirit Core stage, which was much stronger than before. Therefore, its flying speed was much faster than before. And don't you want to ask me why my cultivation is so high all of a sudden? Yi Tianyun suddenly thought of this question, except the first time he asked this question. Although the initial explanation was a cliché excuse of having the help of an expert, the speed at which his cultivation broke through was truly incredible. This was obviously beyond common sense. Within a month, he could even kill a core transformation stage cultivator. Why should I ask? Shi Shuiyun smiled lightly. As long as you are still Tianyun, no matter what you do, I will follow you, I will accompany you. If you die from cultivation deviation, I will guard your grave until I die. I will never abandon you. Her calm tone was telling a different story. Auntie Yi Tianyun was startled. He didn't expect that Shi Shuiyun would say such words and trust him unconditionally. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. This topic was obviously a bit sad. Shi Shuiyun looked at him and then looked at the front. She said casually, I wanted to die with you, but if I die, who will burn incense for you? Who's going to pay their respects to you? It's enough that I can protect you. Yi Tianyun's heart was touched. He reached out and gently hugged Shi Shuiyun. He couldn't say a word. Shi Shuiyun didn't say anything. She just quietly leaned on the side. Suddenly, she looked up and smiled. I don't know when your chest became so strong. It wasn't so strong before. Is that so? Then lie down a little longer. Yi Tianyun didn't know what to say now. Shi Shuiyun didn't speak. She continued to lie in his arms and closed her eyes. It seemed that she was enjoying the peace. Under the leadership of the Black Dragon, they returned to Heavenly Boundary Continent and flew directly to Qingxian Mansion. He had inquired about Qingxian Mansion before, so he roughly knew where it was. Aunt, the preparation is coming. Yi Tianyun's expression is serious, and a cold light flashes in his eyes. Well, Shi Shuiyun responded softly, but she didn't get up, still leaning on his chest. The people below looked over and were shocked by the situation. A man and a woman were riding on a black dragon. They looked like an immortal couple. Black dragon, someone can use a divine beast as a mount. I have never seen such a thing in my life. To be able to use a divine beast as a mount, it must be a disciple of a 4th-level sect. It's scary. Which empire are they from? Why are they here? The cultivators passing by were all pointing at this side. They were all shocked by this scene. Although Yi Tianyun has chosen a remote place to fly, he still met some cultivators. At this moment, Qingxian Mansion is no different from usual. I don't know what happened to the mansion lord and the others. Jade Palace is probably finished. Hee, I heard that there are a lot of female disciples in Jade Palace. If we bring them back this time, we can enjoy ourselves. One of the deacons of core condensation, Realm, smiled. His face was full of wretchedness. Hee, that's true. Those little girls are all tender. Bring them back and have a good time, then throw them to the brothel outside and sell them. A female disciple who can cultivate, the price is not low. Another deacon followed with a smirk. He was already thinking about how to play with the captured female disciple. It's not just these deacons. The rest of the disciples thought that Jade Palace is going to be completely captured. I heard that Jade Palace used some despicable means to kill our elders. Hee, so many elders are going to kill them. Let's see if they can survive. Capture them all and make them our female slaves. Female slaves? That sounds too bad. They'll become our personal maids, and they'll reward us core disciples with one each. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. They're all young cultivators, much better than those ordinary cultivators. That's not it who told Jade Palace to provoke us. Profound Azure Mansion. Let's destroy Jade Palace and let them know our strength. Becoming female slaves is still light. It should be slaves for generations. They are extremely arrogant. Trash sect like Jade Palace. They simply look down on them. There is a huge gap between first-level force and third-level force. It's like a chasm. It can't be filled. Slaves for generations? That's really arrogant. Do you really think that just because you became a third-level force, you are the strongest? At this time, a black dragon fell from the sky and heavily pressed on the martial arts square of this Qingxian mansion. The ground shook, attracting everyone's attention. When they saw this huge black dragon, they were shocked. Divine beast black dragon? They haven't seen Dragon Race before, but they have heard the corresponding description or read the corresponding picture book. The black dragon in front of them has drawn out their memories. Who are you? They feel the terrifying momentum. Their body is trembling. They can't bear the terrifying momentum. Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun came down from above and summoned a huge snow wolf next to them, looked at them coldly, and said, "Aren't we the trash Jade Palace? Your elders and mansion lord are dead. Now you are the only ones left. I thought I would let you go, but now it seems I can only say that you can escape, even if you have the ability. If you can't escape, then this place will be your grave. Do it." Tianyun waved his hand. Black Dragon and Snow Wolf immediately rushed to the side. Black Dragon's huge body is even more outstanding in destroying buildings. When they rushed to the side, Tianyun and Shi Shuiyun looked at each other and smiled. Let's go to Qingxian Mansion and take away all the treasures and martial arts. These are our spoils of war. While these things are not taken away, they quickly take it. Otherwise, like last time, the three major forces were killed, but when they arrived, everything was already taken away. This time is different. The remaining disciples of Qingxian Mansion don't know the situation, so there is still time. Ding successfully killed Qingxian Mansion disciple. Gain 10. 000 EXP. 200 crazy point. Ding successfully killed Qingxian Mansion deacon. Gained